experienced over the years of working in our tribal communities, and so this information is very powerful, and it's going to help. It's going to probably make us think, and those are good things, to process some of the things that are in our own lives and in the lives of the families that we work with and the lives of our relatives. Um, and so I'm just very, very grateful that we finally got all the stars aligned and we're able to get Faith to come here to provide this information for us. This is medicine, really what it is. And so Faith had asked me to ask you to move down closer, because like it's hard to talk to people when they're distant from you, and like I know you guys are coming from the COVID times. You guys don't want to get sick, and no, just kidding. Got to keep that 6-foot spacing between each other, right? Remember in church whenever they say, "Now turn to your left and right and shake hands," and everybody's like, "Hey, gee, I don't want to do that, man." We're human beings. We don't want to be. We want to be famous, but we don't want to be famous. We don't want to be in groups and large settings, and we want to just be humble and all those things. But if we can get people to move down closer, just so that way our Tui here doesn't have to yell at the mic to make sure everyone can hear. But yeah, all those in the back row, if you guys could just move down a little bit, make room here for our presentation. So this, like I said, this information is definitely something that could trigger you and could get you upset or get some feelings going through you, just to think about the history of our relatives and some of the things that we're all dealing with here on a daily basis. And so this kind of happened a little bit last minute, as far as planning, but does anybody have any sage with them in your car? Because I'd like to start us off with with some smudge and with a prayer, and then we also have lunch planned to come in, and we also have Faith here till 2 o'clock. So we're going to give the next 4 hours. We're going to have time to listen and learn, and then think, and then spend some time, even on breaks and things like that. So we want everyone to be comfortable today, and just kind of have an opportunity to learn from the presentation. So I'd like to get us started with a smudge, and I'd like to ask Thomas if you could come down and start us off with a prayer. Maybe that might be good too, because I think this is definitely some very information that's very sometimes hard, difficult to hear, and things like that. And it's not uncommon for us to see, like most of us are in child welfare, and most of us are in human services, or any type of program that's here in our community, whether it's education, law enforcement, anything, everything that's here that's funded in the community, healthcare, you know, it's all funded for the betterment of the future of our people. And but then we hear of stories of the institutions that were there prior to us coming to this world, and the boarding schools and the forced relocation and all the um, diseases and all those things, all the alcohol and substances that have been used against us as like kind of like chemical warfare. And so we're still kind of in the midst of that. We're still navigating through that history, and you know, we're here right at this point in time with you know, we're strong as a nation, but we have a lot of work to do to get stronger and to make sure that you know, we're here for another 500,000 years. You know, really, that's really what it's all about. Is strengthening our people, strengthening all our children, strengthening our families, and strengthening everything that we'll never see. You know, like our future. But I'm very grateful to see that such a large turnout of people have showed up today too, because that really says a lot. You know, I was walking up here from the parking lot, and I almost parked in a handicap spot because I wanted to get here on time. You know, and then I was like, "Geez, everyone will probably see that, man." So I went down there to the other end of the park, the new parking lot down there, and parked down there. So just trying to be lazy, but there's a lot of people here today. A lot of good people. We're able to get the message out short period of time. I'd like to thank Marian. Marian's over there, back in the back room there. She never gave up. She's been working on this for a long time. So yeah, Marian did a good job. Get a round of applause for Marian. And also Tui Faith. She's just up in Lake Andes, but you know, I've been trying to get her here for a long time too, and so she's here now. So did we get the sage? Did you bring the sage? Okay. I think we got hot dogs and hamburgers and chips, and that's it, I think. Next year, corn soup and fry bread. Yeah, that's right. He's out looking for some of the grass, and they said that they put Roundup down over there. There's no sage growing anymore. There's some right there on a. That's the landscaping. You don't want to grab that sage. With your corn, could pray with the corn. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a round of introductions, just so we kind of know where the perspectives are coming from and stuff. So
Hamidakepi ikdomi washtewia favo imakiapi. I am Tui Face assistant.
Hi, to be Anthony Ware. I'm a drug and alcohol counselor at the recovery program here in Winnebago.
I'm Crystal Snowball. I'm also alcohol and drug counselor here in Winnebago.
LaDonna Holstein. I work at Atlas of Winnebago, Inc., and I'm also a fatherhood and motherhood facilitator.
Hi, I'm Brandy. I just started with the social service department as a transition coordinator, and I applied for a caseworker position, so that's in the process.
Good morning. I'm Ken Van Pola. I'm currently the president of Atlas. And about 30 years ago, I came here and was the prosecuting attorney for 3 years and tribal judge for 4 years. And you can't get rid of me. I'm always around here.
Ina P. Jackie Little George with Winnebago Human Services, the permanency caseworker. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Solomon. I am a youth service worker at the YCIC.
Misty Houghton, Supervisor, YCIC Youth Shelter.
Oh, good morning. Thomas Webster, youth service worker with the YCIC, Winnebago.
Keisha Parker, I work with the recovery program.
Sean Whitehorse, at the halfway house here in Winnebago.
My name is Megan Rivera. I'm at the halfway house in Winnebago.
I'm Julie Saw. I'm at the halfway house in Winnebago.
Alexa Mallet, ICWA worker for the Winnebago tribe.
I'm Kitty Washburn. I'm a tribal liaison with the Nebraska Indian Child Welfare Coalition. Prior to that, I worked here in Winnebago for Child and Family Services for 11 years.
Trey Blackhawk, Winnebago tribal member and currently interim CEO for the Boys and Girls Club.
I'm Thomas Snowball. I work for the Human Services Preserving Native Families. I'm the cultural family support worker.
Scott Aldrich, first and foremost responsible for the safeguard of our tribal youth. I'm a Bear Clan member, and I'm an independent contractor with the Winnebago tribe for drug and alcohol counseling and presenter. And I would say DARTNA is one of the processes we're doing, drum-assisted recovery for Native Americans. Thank you.
Hani Chawira Haipi, Capri Snow Ga Hingairena. My name is Capri Snow. I'm glad to see you all. I'm the instruction coordinator at Ho Chunk Renaissance, which is our language program here in Winnebago. Thank you.
Hi, NP. My name's Andrew Marr. I'm a language apprentice with Ho Chunk Renaissance.
Good morning. I'm Christy Walker, and I work for our Winnebago Behavioral Health, and I'm the office manager.
Good morning. My name is Angie Walker. I am the Preserve Native Families Unit Program Manager with Winnebago Human Services.
Hejan Kishana Hanach Hinikaragi. Greg Cleveland Jr. Work for Ho Chunk Renaissance Language Program. I'm a language instructor. Jagonkira.
My name is John, language apprentice, Ho Chunk Renaissance.
Good morning. My name is Janaya Earth. I'm a language apprentice at Ho Chunk Renaissance.
Good morning. My name is Martha Warner. I'm also a language apprentice at Ho Chunk Renaissance.
Good morning. My name is JC Walker, and I'm also a language apprentice at Ho Chunk Renaissance.
Hanant Chinikadagi. My name is Mary Merrick. I'm from the Wakanja clan, Wakanja Hikikarach Thunder Clan. I'm also a language instructor at the Ho Chunk Renaissance.
Hanat Chinikadigiwi, Jordana ga Hingaire, Wacho Gini Piwinga Hingaire, Jekji Hikikarachija Waua Jana. Hello everybody, I greet you all. My name is Jordana Pear. I come from the Buffalo clan, and I'm currently the media and design specialist up at Ho Chunk Renaissance. Shekun Kita.
Hanachini Karagiwi, Hochankaraja, Sichat Inga Hingaire, Makare Rajada, Kathy LaRosga Hingaire, Hunchiki Karachija, Waunakshana. I am an educator. I teach language at Educare, the little ones. That's all, Pinagigi.
Haini P, Hananchini Kadagi, Sila Periga Hingairena, and I'm the Language Apprentice Program Manager at Ho Chunk Renaissance.
Chaji Skutchka Wolf, currently in the halfway house, Winnebago.
Hehani washte haini pi hini karagiwi nona ga hin gairena hunch yaki karachana and welcome, and I'm with Human Services with the CFS.
Vidaka Yapi. My name is Barb Macias. I'm investigating for Child and Family Services.
Good morning, John Snowball, Director, Security Housing Maintenance here at Little Priest.
Good morning, Garen Coons, Communications Officer for the Winnebago Tribe.
Good morning. I'm Jade Baker. I'm the Winnebago Child Support Financial Specialist.
INP, my name is Desiree Kitchion, retired.
Last but not least, my name is Tanya Keller, and I'm retired from Indian Health Service and Winnebago Tribe.
Thanks, Marian. It's right here. A little lighter. I know. Everyone pulled out vapes.
Oh, we'll say good morning to each and every one of you seated here today. I want to say thank you to Ms. School for having something good for us again today. Whatever knowledge that we're going to gain today, it's going to help us, and especially help our children. And that's what we look for all the time, and today, we have our struggles, and we forget about who we are sometimes, and that's not good. And we always have to remember where we came from, who we are, and the way the Creator made things for us. And so today I'm gonna make a prayer and talk about our fireplace. My choka, he this fireplace that we take care of today, the Bear Clan. They say it was in between one of them ice ages when it was gifted to him, and so it's really ancient. And today we still utilize his fireplace, and a lot of good things that come from there. And life, mostly daylight life, is what we ask for. And so today I want to welcome our guests, our visitors here, and that blessings to you, and safe travels and everything that you do, and I encourage you, and that you're going to remain strong and your thoughts and what you're going to show us today. So, Pinagigiu, say that to you, both of you. And we're going to use this sage today, for protection and Creator, one of the gifts the Creator gave to us, the medicines. And again, today, I always want to mention, we have two medicines that the Creator gave us, and maybe today we're going to utilize some of the medicines for ourselves, They say that when we're first born, we get a glimpse of our life, how it's going to be. And take our first breath, and we cry because we're starting this life. As an infant, the first breath of life, we cry. And because we know how our life's going to be. And throughout this life here, we use them tears and we use the smile. Hina wakia hawaii, they say, show your teeth, meaning to smile. And those medicines, they heal us, and maybe it's going to be that way today for us. We get to utilize those medicines today. And so, again, pray along with me in your own mind. And whatever wants and needs you have, the Creator is going to take care of it for you. And concerns you have, it's going to be that way for you today. And they say that the Creator knows all, and that we use this medicine here, that the Wahopini, the spirits, they come around and they see what's going on. And pour some Dani, and then they're going to be around. They're going to come around and see us. And so they know what's inside of us. We can't hide from them. They always tell us that. And so with that, again, good morning to you, agree all of you here. Hani cha widahepi, I'm glad to see each one of you. So with that, I'm going to say that prayer. He choka saka ke najina ge dani horo ni ki. He don't choka hoida ge chugiga he guide. He was kate he was kido kewa he. De kiki hega jawa hopeni nagara na jo jaina naga. Anagane chona china jo raje gi dani shara. Anaga egi ora egi ashani na egi jagut egi dit egi wanga egi. Asnida kadaksha. He choka saka ge najina ge dani horo ni gi jo. Ani kare hinch beda ni kare hinch with you. He choka mono wa kanchangara ge dani wugijura he choka ge dani na hoda honigiju ge he choka ge he choka mono wa kanchangara ge hamte ge piga ja ge hamte ge wa negi napu he choka ge he choka mono wa kanchangara ge nigite we wa hanakshana he choka ge he choka mono wa kanchangara ge Daniel horo in giju ge hampamaniga ge heskechje ha nikare hench with nikare hench with you go.
Thank you, Thomas. Without further ado, thanks.
Oh, Peter, not fair user. Thank you. First of all, I want to raise my thank you and hand to Marian. She has been so persistent. She's been chasing me for 2 years and just never gave up. I'm a busy kunshi, so always doing something and working with my circle at home, the Braveheart Society. I know the Mohawks been trying to get me over there for 2 years, so I'm going the east here eventually. But she was so excited this morning when she greeted us. I came in, whatever door I came in, and that door came open. She almost knocked me over. And then I went down the hallway and she turned around and almost knocked me over again. So whenever she comes close, I'm going to go like this. But I know she's excited because over the weekend, there was a flurry of emails. And I thought, is this really going to happen? Because my busyness, your busyness, and the life that we live in. And of course, COVID and everything else in between. So before I start, I want to give respect to how do you say old one or grandpa in your language? In our language, Dakota, we say unkana. How do you say grandpa? Choka. I want to give respect to two of your choka. The first one, Reuben Snake, was my mentor brother. When I was 18, I was a wannabe AIM person and I was hitchhiking because I overslept and they left me. And I was going down the road and here he drove up and he said, "My girl, get in." And so I hopped in. And remember, Ruben used to go like this to his hair all the time? All the time he was doing this and he did that. He said, "Get in. Where you going?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "I'm going there." And so I said, "Okay." And so I was thinking, who is this guy? And so anyway, I said, "I'm going to Wounded Knee." And he said, "Well, I'm going to a meeting in Kyle. You can come to the meeting and then maybe I'll give you a ride." And so I thought, okay. So disrespectfully, I slept all the way because we'd been up the night before doing things. And so I got to Kyle and there was this community meeting, old wood stove. It smelled beautiful in there. A lot of the old ones are probably all gone listening to us in the Star Camp. Anyway, he fell asleep. He was sitting there and he would just, every now and then he'd go like that. And then he'd wake up and do that to his hair. And I was watching him and I thought, why did he bring me to this meeting? He's not even awake. And so then I saw him do something with what we call shkan, the sacred energy. And so all of a sudden he started to move around. He started to go like this. And back in that day, he was kind of large. In later years with diabetes, he lost weight. But he started to go like this. And I noticed, I thought, does he have to go to the bathroom or what's going on? And then he slowly went like this and he got up. And then, of course, he went like this. He touched his heart. He touched his brain, kind of wiped himself off. And then he hiked up his belt. And it's almost like he gathered all that shkan. And when he got done, the most amazing thing happened. The people in the room turned around and looked at him. He didn't even say anything. They all turned around, felt that energy, and he said, "My relatives." And he went into the most beautiful speech of encouragement. And I was so embarrassed because I thought, this is the guy that I just slept all the way across the state, not even listening to. But that was my beginning in learning from him. He adopted me as his sister. I was up here in Sioux City the night before he died. And he told me that night, he said, "Sister, I'm going tomorrow." And I said, "Oh, Thibodeau, don't say that." He said, "No, my brother," I can't remember, his older brother that went before him. He said, "He came last night and he fanned me off. He's getting me ready." And still he was going like that to his hair. And I said, "Well, I'll be back." And then the next morning he passed on. So we came down for the grand funeral, his grand march into the star camps. They had the governor fly over a plane and all of that. But he was quite an accomplished statesman. He testified before the Congress for the Native American Religious Freedom Act in 1978. If you can find that on the internet, please send it to me. It was a grand speech. And so it was for the Pejuta Utapi, the peyote. And he really, along with the Navajo Nation and others, they made that happen for us. And so on the crazy side, he just had a crazy sense of humor. And I remember we went into Washington to testify and we stayed at this hotel. Everybody was late and he got there first. And he said, "About time you Indians got here." He said, "I had to work my way through the clerk." And he said he went up to the desk and he said, "I want to know if my friends are here yet." And she said, "What's their name?" And he said, "Good Bear." And she said, "Nope." And then she said, "Who else?" And he said, "Kill Straight." She said, "Nope." And then she kind of looked at him. "Who else?" "Spotted Eagle." "Nope." "And what is your name?" And he said, "Snake." She said, "What do you think this is, a zoo?" Real story. That's what she said to him with all those Indian names. Iktomi, I was telling her this morning, she said, he should have said more Indian names like Walking Eagle, Blue Thunder, just went on and sent her off her stool. But he was that kind of person that he always just out of the blue would take you to joy and humor. The other one that I want to respect and put my hand up to is Louis LaRose. He was another one of my teachers. My nephew married into the family, the LaRose family. So we have a grandson, Kevin LaRose in Milton, who went to the Star Camps last couple of years ago. But I remember we were talking to Louis because I'd see him all across the country at gatherings. And we were asking him, we want to know some of the leadership tips from some of these old guys. And first thing he said, I'm not an old guy. And I said, okay, whatever, whatever you can share. And this is what he shared. He said, I'm not going to make a big, long speech. I'm going to just tell you one thing. It's the fork. So we're sitting there, the fork? The fork? Yeah, the fork. He said, that's the decision point in your life. So think about that. I've thought about it, and this was about 6, 7 years ago. But it's that fork that you come to that you decide. Is it going to be the dark side? Is it going to be the light? Is it going to be in between? Everything, there was a fork that made you come here this morning. So that was just deep, deep wisdom of that fork in the road. And a lot of time we get that in our dreams. So I wanted to honor them. They were my teachers. And I'm sure they're having a good old time in the spirit world, making angels and spirits laugh, because that's how they were. The other thing I want to mention is I always ask this, why you're here. How many of you came as prisoners? How many of you had to come? Raise your hand. Don't lie now. I see a couple hands. You were made to come, so you came as prisoners. So we'll see where we go. How many of you are explorers and you wanted to come? Raise your hand. Whole bunch of you. And the third group is my delicious group. How many of you have no clue? Raise your hand. Oh, there's one right there. But I always like to do that to get the temperature because I need to know why you're here. The second thing I need to ask you is that the reason that I asked you to come down here, and some of you have what my grandma would say, nuchchan, wooden ears. So if you have chance, come down further, because the second reason, I can't see you. And I need to see you because I need to watch your body language while I'm going through this. Your body language is a mirror of where you're at, even if you're not trying to show your feelings. Let me give you some examples. When I worked with, I was a manager of a big organization in an urban area in 1990. It was a dream program. It was millions of dollars, major staff. A team like this team that you have here is amazing. This is amazing, but I'm sure you have your challenges. And we did too. And we were with this new funding, we were on a honeymoon for about 6 months. It was just the greatest place. Everybody said good morning. So everybody said, you want coffee? And then all of a sudden, things changed almost instantly one morning after the honeymoon started to end in this dream organization. And I saw it in the body language. So I'm the manager and I'm standing up and I'm talking about what we're going to do, trying to get them excited. And they're all the smiles were starting to disappear. The glares, the eyebrows were starting to come into play. And one of the things that I saw, that I see in groups, and that's why I need for you to come forward, is that there was a person on this side of the room in the staff. We had a large staff. And then there was another one over here that was brand new. When I started to talk, trying to get them excited, this one over here looked at this other one, and that one connected. It's almost like they had this lightning communication of, I don't want to be here. And that other one looked at her, and she went like this. Common consensus that they didn't want to listen. They don't want to be there. So I see that sometimes in the group. The other one that is a favorite of mine is that when people hear you say something and they don't like it, or they want to, in my language, achnia is they want to choke you. They feel like shaking you up and they don't want to listen to you anymore. What will happen is they'll go like this, real quietly, but you can see it. They'll go like this. See that? Just very softly, they're going to say, nope, nope, nope. Not going to listen to you. You're not worthy. My favorite one, and this one is a lot of kids do this, but there's a lot of grandmas that do this too. But this one is like you start talking, trying to inspire, doing your best dance, and they go, roll, the eye roll. So we have that body language. I was doing a training, cultural competence training in Wagner. Wagner's hardcore with the racist school board. And so I said, you guys need to figure out, get some competency of how to work with us. You don't even know us. Somehow we got them into a room. And I went through this with the body language. And during the break, we had a break, and here this one Washichu Cowboy board member came running up to me and he said, Faith, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. I said, I saw your eyes roll. And he said, no, it wasn't me. And then the Indian liaison guy came up. He said, give him a break. He's the chairman of the school board. And I said, good, I'm going to have fun with him. But those are the kind of things that we're challenging, because we do that. It's not just white people that have those behaviors. We have them times 10, times 20. We have this rage. I tried my best to figure out what I would call this. And I think that it almost, how many of you work with the DSM? Raise your hand. Does anybody know what the DSM is? What is it? Yes, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders. I'm going to challenge you to say that if you do not take care of your trauma, you're going to be in that book. Unresolved trauma makes very mean, scary, narcissistic, dangerous people. And we have them, our young ones are walking all over with those disorders. And it's not because they're bad, it's because they had compound, complex trauma that nobody ever acknowledged or talked about it. And so they think they're the only ones that have it. In this craziness, this violence that we live in, they really think that they're the only ones that are messed up. But the problem is they're messing each other up, but they still won't acknowledge it because the parents are still doing it. And it's the normal thing to do. So that's why I think all of us need to have our cage rattled at one time. And I'm hoping I could do that this morning, to rattle your cage, to come out of that disassociation. You know how we're good at freezing our feelings? It's like, oh, another speaker, talk about trauma. Don't even know what my trauma is. And then we shut off. So when you do, and I'm going to go through the trauma response here in a little bit, but when you have unresolved trauma, the danger is that you can injure, hurt people because they're experts. They really know how to do it good, bad. And then the disassociation in our tribal language was that you are not standing in full spirit. Probably the majority of you are not standing in full spirit. Sometimes I'm not. I work at try to have my spirit stand with me. But when your spirit is not present in your body, you are pretty cold. You can look at somebody, they're falling apart, and you're just folding your arms and you're just staring at them. The humanity is going away. I had this realization. I grew up with all the traumas that, and more and less than you have. But I was fortunate that when my mom decided to exit, my grandma and my dad came in and they spoke the language. So if I had gone with my mom, I wouldn't speak my language. But by being with my mom, I lived in a war zone because the court said that I have to stay with her on weekends. So on weekends, I was running from molesters. One of my older sisters would hide me under the bed because she was the main victim. There's always one that is really perpetrated on. So she saved me. And then when I go home, it'd be the most safest, beautiful, cultural world. And then I'd go back again because the social worker decided that I should do that. So I grew up that way, and we're tough. We're amazing. It's just totally amazing that we survive the things that we do. So that's where we got to look at not how that trauma made us bad or debilitated, that we got through that. But we can't keep reliving it over and over. Let me give you an example. Think about the woman who got, or the man that got divorced 20 years ago. And they work at a school, you're coming out of your room, you see them coming down the hallway, and you think, oh, I'm going to go this way because I'm going to hear about the divorce. And the divorce was 20 years ago. And they're still talking about it like it was yesterday. They're still bleeding. And it affects everybody around them. So that's the kind of disassociation and the freeze that happens when we have these traumas. And then they keep happening and happening and happening. So when my kunshi was born in 1872, and she told me that we all have some kind of gift that we have to search for. Every one of you in here has a gift and a wochuza, a commitment to do something, to be part of the camp. You can't just live off the camp and expect them to buy your food stamps and do all that stuff. You gotta be competent. And so she told me, she said, your gift is you have 2 of these whirlwinds on your head. So that means you have a twin. You have another brain, you have another spirit. And someday you're going to find her. And it's a girl. She said, but in the meantime, you got to be smart. You got to be smarter than the white people. And so when I was 23, I graduated with my master's degree. I went to 3 colleges, Black Hills, American University, and USD. But it was for my grandma. But then that's when the war started, and I went home, and nobody wanted to hire me. So my dad said, quit whining around. He said, of course they don't want to hire you. You're going to take their job. So he said, go Ozuya. Go out like they did in the old days. Go, get out of here, learn. So I left home and was gone, urban Indian for 25 years. I went to the Northwest. I went to Idaho. And I got to really know the tribes. They're just always my relatives in the Northwest. The Nez Perce, who are a lot like us. They're Plains tribe. And when I came home, something happened. I came back and everybody changed. 25 years. And everybody was mean. And they were like not even wanting to smile. And you could see it all over. It was like this thing. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, The Fast Runner. You should watch it. It was a bad spirit that came into a camp in Alaska. Everything changed. Brothers ended up killing each other. And so I thought something happened while I was gone. And I kept thinking about it, and I'd see it all over. You can see it today in Walmart. If you go up to the Walmarts in Sioux City, you see another Native person, Winnebago, Dakota, whoever. You see them coming down the aisle, and you go like this. And you think, oh, I don't want to talk to them. And then you go to the next aisle, next, they're coming down that aisle. And, and you got to maybe nod at them, but you look away because you don't want to have that that's that disassociation, right? So we fear making that connection. I was in the Billings airport one time. I was going to work in Montana with the tribe, and I heard somebody clacking down the airport hallway. And it was like click, click, click. And I thought, oh, I turned around and I saw the backside of her, and it was a really finely dressed woman. And she turned around, and it was a Native woman, beautiful. She had a corporate like suit on. She had long hair. And I said, hello, my girl. She just looked at me and snapped me off and walked away. And I felt like running after her, but I let her go that day. Next time. But we have that attitude of dislike. They told us not to like ourselves and each other. And we see that in crazy behaviors. When I lived in Mission, because I'm part Rosebud, I lived there part of my life. I remember I'd go to the post office. I see people coming into the post office, and I'd say, Ampetuashte, hello. Huh? They'd look the other way. Or they'd look away before you notice them. We refuse to make relationship. But if somebody says something to us derogatory or makes fun of us, the only way we know how to make relationship is through anger. So if somebody came out of there and went like this, they would make relationship with you right away, right? Right away, they would come over and say, who are you? What are you doing? Whatever, there'd be a challenge. But unless we have that kind of challenge, the other thing, when we come out of the post office or the store, we see some Indians driving by in a car, and there's a load in the car, like we travel, and we're trying to see who's in there. They're just mouth open, trying to look over there and see who they are. And heaven forbid, if they go like this, we turn around. We're afraid. We've been taught not to make relationship with each other. And so that is so ingrained, it starts to fade around the little ones, the kindergarten and the preschool. They're still happy to see you. When I go places, they know, I can tell that when they have kunshis or grandmas, they come up, they don't even know who I am, and they hug me. They feel that safety. So the biggest single thing that is going to combat trauma in your community is a sense of safety. So I'll give you an example in your community, and I don't know where this young man has gone, but and somebody, I hate to say names that are my age because they'll say, oh, they died. So I'm going to take this risk. A person who brought me down here was named John Penn. Is he gone? Mm-hmm. Okay, hi, John, in the Star Camps. But he brought me down and I did some training over at a gym somewhere. And I was talking about how we don't acknowledge each other. And I told them also that one of the students that I had that went to Haskell, they said it was a big relief to go to Haskell because they didn't have to just hang around with their family. There are rules about who you can talk to in your community. If they're not a part of your family, then it's sometimes risky to be relationship with that family because there's something that happened a long time ago. And there was a young man in the audience down here at this gym over here. And he told me, he said, that happened to me. He said, when I was growing up here, he said, my grandma and everybody say, ooh, don't talk to them. We stay away from them. Don't be going over there. And I said, did you know why? And he said, I never did know why. And so he said, one of my cousins is a good baller, and I'd really like to know him because we could play ball together. And I said, well, how could you do that? And he kind of took a big breath, and he said, well, I said, do you see him at the post office? And he said, yeah. And I said, why don't you nod at him? He said, I don't know. I don't know if I can do that because we don't talk to each other. And so I said, well, try it. And then I went away. John brought me back, and he came back. And he said, hey, I got something to tell you. I did it. And I said, what? And I'd forgotten by then because I ran across so many people. And he said, you told me to nod at my cousin. And you know what? We got carried away and we shook hands. And he said, now we're bawling together. So breaking through that instruction of that, that fear, that camp family did something to us. So you better not be around them, even if you're related. So those are the kind of boundaries and the rules. Those are not original instructions. They're dysfunctional instructions. So we got to figure out how can, and you have such a wide team here that there's a whole bunch of stuff that you could do. In my lifetime, I'm 77, and I used to be the director of 8 programs with the Coeur d'Alene tribe. So we had a big staff like that. I think we had 45. And we would have fun constructing things where we could matrix each other with our families. Because those families, they have learned how to be manipulative. One of the biggest disorders that we have in Indian country, who's the mental health people? Raise your hand. Who works in mental health? Okay, help me out here. One of the biggest things of unresolved trauma that we now have alive and unfortunately thriving in our community is people with borderline personality disorders, BPD. Say that, borderline personality disorders. Unresolved trauma, and let me describe their characteristics, and then I'll give you some hope about it. Borderline means that they can't tell the difference between you and me. So they'll go over to your house and they'll sleep and they'll use your things and they'll get mad when you say, don't do that. There's a blurring of who they are with each other. The other thing is that they're very, very charming. Auntie, uncle, grandma, they can get whatever they need. Very, very charming. They know the tricks. And they can live like that for a long, long time. And the other thing that they are is very divisive. So when you work with families with a team like this, it's important to do staffings because they're going to have a heyday with you if you are mad at each other. They know that you're mad at this one over here, and they're going to have fun. They're going to tell you things about that one. And so that's like and they do it because they've raised in a family where there were absolutely no boundaries. People had sex in front of them. There was rapes. There were things that were made up. I had a call from somebody up north, and he asked me, and this is an educated man, and he said, "You know what? I kind of like listening to you, and there's something that came up in my community, and I need to ask you because I don't think it's true." But he said some of my aunties said that, and I said, "I'm afraid to ask. Maybe you should call me back." He said, no, I need to tell you. And so he said, my older aunties said, and they had sex with a couple of the nephews, and they told me that in the old days, some of the aunties would break in the younger men. Anybody ever hear that? Don't be afraid to say no. If you just sit there and don't have an opinion, you're completely disassociated. You're frozen. That is not okay. That's not how we break our young children in. Those men were children. And I said, were they teenagers? And he said, yes. I said, that is not cultural. So in the process of the borderline, the lack of boundaries, the manipulation, we have developed some strange community behaviors. And everybody is afraid to challenge it because that family is going to attack me. So now we need to backtrack and figure out what is our responsibility. The only things that you cannot control people, places, or things. You cannot control your sister. You cannot control your kid. You can be there for them, but people, places, and things, you have to mentor, create circles where they can make that decision. The other thing that has happened that has kind of messed us up is that our caretakers are federal grants. So this picture up here, can we dim this light up here, somebody, so you can see it better? Is that possible? So this is a graphic that we work with at Braveheart Society. And the reason we do it is because we have to define the terrain that we work in. So over on the left is obviously the White House, the federal government, the agents that came. Now remember, when the agents left, they left patriarchs here, our own people. They left them alive and well to control, to become misogynist, to become perpetrators. And we know that story. We don't have to go there in the boarding school, but there were plants all over. So on the right, in the middle, is tribal government, that dark house, the black house of money that comes from sources that are tainted. And when you get a federal grant, who owns the information? The federal grant, right? You don't own that information, even with the EPA. It belongs to the government. But we had to do that because we had to survive. So I'm not putting people down that have that hard job of being in tribal government, because somebody has to do it, but they cannot forget this teepee over here. This teepee actually is the women's teepee, and I'm in there with my daughter and some other people up at Standing Rock. This is the grassroots. Anybody ever see that movie, The Last of the Dogmen? Remember that camp that hid and they kept their ways? That's this camp over here. And you have portions of that in your community. The older ones have a memory of how we used to greet each other at the post office, of how we used to wave at each other, how we used to spend a few minutes as a good relative to say, Dr. O'Connor, what have you been doing? I have a niece, her name is Melody. She has the language of rage that comes from that middle part where we lost our spirit. And she's got just the language of rage, and we have it in our communities, but You know how when you go to a community meeting and you see a parent, and it's usually a mom, and the kids are crawling around, and you say, "Get down, sit down. I should have left you at home. Next time you're not coming." You hear that voice constantly. At home, getting on the bus, "Get up, go on." And so I was teasing Melody about that. I saw her one time and I said, "My girl, how are you?" "What?" I said, "When you get married, you're going to say, 'I do.'" That poor guy, huh? They're not together anymore. No. But that language of rage, and you can hear it in the community, right? It's frightening. Sometime in our general council, feels like a boxing ring, but that we are so conditioned to that harsh language. We got it from the matrons. We got it from people who were not well, that were suffering actually, our addicted parents. And it is a real thing, a language of rage. So when I came back from the Northwest and I heard that I knew it, I have it, but it was all over. And I thought, what can I call this thing? So I came up with the name Red Rage, because I think it's the stage in the healing process that Native people get caught in. We get stuck there. And I'm going to go to the healing trauma response in a little bit, but I'm going to share one comment with you. My world comes from working in a psychiatric unit with kids that were severely injured, almost killed. So I've seen them lose their spirits. And our job with a 20-member team was to bring that spirit home. And they didn't want to come home because they were not safe. I also, when I began working in the school, I was a school counselor at Taut County. I was a principal, I was a basketball coach, and I worked in the schools, and I couldn't figure out something was missing. As much as I did with those kids, first of all, schools counselors are not real. They just make you do paperwork. You do schedules. You need a whole team in the schools that we have right now. You almost need a therapy team in the schools, because these kids have complex trauma. And so when I was in Idaho, I thought, I got to find out what's going on. So I went to the Northwest and I got hired by this therapeutic team of 30 foster parents and 20 team members. It was headed up by a psychiatrist, and I was one of the therapists. And our job was to work with 30 kids for 2 years. That's what we need on the res. We need treatment, foster care. Their ailments and injuries are so severe, they're not going to be fixed by 3 or 4 counseling sessions or interventions. They are deep. And so we had a pair of twins that were locked in a closet, and they learned their own language. They created their own language. So we had to separate them. So the resiliency of our kids, and when I worked on that program in a mental health center, a county mental health center, I thought, this is what we need at home. Right now, we can still develop that, because our kids do not just need talking to, they need severe calling of the spirit and somebody to mentor them all the way through. And when they have somebody who believes in them, do not leave. If they trust you, they will test you to the end, and you know that. They will test you to try to make you hate them so you won't hurt them. So those are the type of rage. And I remember when I had my, at the treatment center, I'd always keep some of the clients, even though I was in administration, to make sure that I was on the ground. And just 2 comments. I remember this client came in and I asked him, I said, so, and this is disassociation, deliberate. And I said, so how are you feeling today? He said, I don't know, you tell me. But that's how it is, right? It's going to take a lot of sessions for them to tell you how they feel. And when they tell you, they feel like they're in danger. And sometimes they are. So the other thing about it, once I went into mental health, I figured out that we're going about it all wrong. We're doing it from Western approaches. The best answer to make our spirits come home is the culture, the way that we lived before they messed it up. And so that's over there on the right. The societies, the coming of ages. I'm sure you have a whole list of cultural things that you do in your community, but there's a division between the Black House sometime. Does that happen here? And don't be afraid to say yes. I'm giving you permission to say yes or no, or in between. This will be in between. But we have fear-based thinking, and we're afraid. We live in a culture of silence, and it's ingrained. So over here is where the hope is. In our language, you call it Odakota, which means peace. I'm not sure what you call it in your language, but we gotta, for the rest of our lives, no matter how old you are, to make this real again, every single thing, even if it's fishing. I know Reuben used to call himself the admiral of the Winnebago Navy because he got that island back. Did he? Didn't he do something on the river? He said, I'm an admiral. I got the water back. Even something like that, every action. And I think we're finally going back to that with the food sovereignty, but a lot of us are going through the Western way, so you gotta filter it. Otherwise, you're just reifying colonialism. You're just doing what USDA does. And you don't own that. You have to own what is over here. Does this make sense? And the story I'm gonna tell before I go to the slides is, when I do therapy, I also had a business in Spokane after I worked with the mental health center, and I'd take, because I knew that there were so many people that needed this kind of work. And when I would have clients come in or relatives come in, and I talk about their anger, if you send people to anger management, it gets worse. Anger management is a Washichu concept. It's not even touching what we have. The kind of anger that we have is at the point of rage. And so when I'd be talking to these people and I'd say, did you go see somebody else before? They say, yeah. You know, the language of rage. Why? Do you know them? Did they tell you anything? And I'd say, no, just asking a question. And I said, how do you feel when those white therapists ask you that question? I feel like choking them. You know, I feel like knocking them out. That's rage. That's the kind of rage we have. We don't say, I don't feel good today. It's like, I want to kill you because I'm hurt and you're invading my boundary. Get away from me. So that deep rage that we have, the worst kind of rage is the silent rage. And you see that in the white population of these people that are assassinating. It's usually these ones that don't talk. And so the other thing I want to mention is, and then I'm going to open it up for some feedback, because this conversation has to be two-way. I'm going to encourage you to come out of the culture of silence. I worked for 17 years in the VA. All my stories, you probably think I'm 100 years old, but I'm 77. But I worked for 17 years after my school and mental health treatment, and I went into the VA. That was the most beautiful experience. I worked with Black Hills VA, I worked with Tucson, Savix, and I worked with Albuquerque. What I learned about the veterans, my favorite is the Vietnam vets, because that's my age. But I learned something about physical characteristics of complex PTSD. When somebody has silent rage or any kind of rage, I can smell it. With some of the scary vets, I worked with a vet who shot somebody at the center. And when he came in, I could tell that he wanted to choke me. And I could smell his anger, his rage. It's adrenaline and a whole bunch of other chemicals that are going off in their body. Now, remember when somebody loses it in your midst and you say, let them cool down? That's a real thing, good thing to do, because those chemicals are popping in their body. And even with your kids, listen to me. They're not going to listen to you. Things are popping in their body. The other thing I'm giving you, throwing out all kinds of tips after 50 years of working with trauma in myself and other people as a teacher, and right now, this might be happening to you. When I'd be in the classroom and I'd say, okay, class, we're going to do this, and I'd go up here and I'd say, we're going to do this, 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 and this, write it down. And then I want to talk about it. And then you're going to tell me about it. Okay, you got the assignment? And then they're just staring at me blank. And do you get it? And if you're a teacher that rails on them and say, oh, you weren't listening again. There you go again. That's a trauma response because they were not listening to your words. They were watching your behavior. Was I going to hurt them? Was I going to make them talk? Was I going to allow them a chance to write down 1, 2, 3, 4? They are in a constant stage of vigilance. So the thing to do, if you do groups and you say, we're going to talk about these things, then feed it back to them and say, I'm going to repeat it. Help me repeat it. What are those 4 things we're going to do? I forgot. What was the first one? Because they blank it out. Their mind is adrenalined out. They're watching you. What are you going to do to me? You going to embarrass me? You going to hurt me? But every single Native classroom that I've ever been in, any teachers in here? Raise your hand. I don't know if you've seen that. She kind of did it real fast, so I wouldn't call on her. I did. Yes. You see that? Okay. Say more about it. We need a second mic. Is there one there, Ms. Gu? I got to take this moment. Somebody came out of the cultural silence.
Well, I did teaching last year, but I had no education on teaching, but I took up a position for teaching, and I had no idea. But as a mom, I have 2 young children, a 5 and a 7-year-old, and so I'm constantly trying to teach them about their behaviors or how I am, and so I'm constantly trying to instill a routine with them. Bedtime routine. It's changed. This year is a new routine, so we try to take baths before we go to bed, so that way I have time to fix their hair in the morning because they have long hair, and so it's a very discomforting for them. They don't want to. It's hard. And so I feel I need more skills, more patience with them all the time, consistently all the time, and so I'm trying to say things in a different way, and it makes sense, I can see that in me when I overreact or underreact or just react in general to them having that sign, come on, we do this every day, or how can I say it in a different way that gets them proactive response instead of a reactive. I
Good.
see that.
You hit on something that has a term. When I talk to my kids or my family or whatever, they say, oh, next, she's got a word for it. But there's a term for that, and it's called reactive trauma. So think about an argument that you got in with somebody where you're concerned about winning. And sometimes that's with our kids. But if they say something and they got the best of you and they touch that little nerve, and then reactive trauma is saying, okay, if you want to go there, what about this, this, this? So the better thing is not to go, your trauma is reacting. I'm going to get you down. And I go through the list. You've lost them. So take a breath. The thing is to take a breath, touch your chante, your heart, your spirit. The other thing that we do when we're under stress is we hold our breath. Some of you are probably holding your breath right now. I talked to somebody this morning and they said, oh, if I go over there, am I going to have to cry? Probably. Because by crying, we have our own ceremony with ourselves. But that is reactive trauma that you're not going to get the best of me. I'm going to get you down. That does not help at all. The best thing is to hold your breath, say a prayer, pray for that little person inside of you that wants to hit that person, and just let them go. And pretty soon they're going to be out of breath. Pretty soon they're going to run out. That is the best thing to do because really you're not attacking them. What good does it do if you go after them? That makes sense? Yeah. But it has a name. It's reactive trauma because I did it to survive when I was fighting with my mom or somebody who was trying to get me. I fought back. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to do an exercise. Before I do that, I'm going to ask some questions. So I'd like to hear back from about 4 people, 2 male, 2 female. Sometimes trauma is gendered. The women like to talk, right? But we want to hear from some Wicha, some men. So where's the microphone? Let's get feedback. Am I babbling? Does any of this make sense? First one, and we got to speed along here. I only have comment, feedback.
Anyone have any questions?
I
Comment,
used
feedback?
I used to be a middle school teacher, so I'll just pick you if you. Okay, go ahead.
I just got here, so I apologize for showing up late, but everything you said was so validating to me.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I said I apologize for coming in late, but everything that you shared just within the few minutes that I've been here has validated so much for me as a helper to the relatives. I'm a licensed alcohol and drug counselor here in the community, but I've been in these places with you over the years in my history, so it's really good to see you again. And then to continue to help me along in my journey as a helper to the relatives. But everything you said, that light bulb kept coming on.
And Miss Gu has heard me before, and across the country, I've been doing this for years. Every time I come, it triggers one thing. And then when you hear me again, you go to something else. So even if you hear it, you're getting practice on grabbing it and not having reactive trauma. So that's really a value. Okay, 3 more. Another one. Yes. Hand it. Teamwork. Give him the mic.
Well, what I could really relate on is what you was talking about, the like me being Lakota, being raised up in foster homes, group homes, boys homes, whatever, incarceration,
Mhm.
Every single one of them, they were all white, and none of them could relate to anything that I
Mhm.
said. And when you was saying, like, well, how did that make you feel, or whatever, when they was talking about like anger management, why you get so mad, why you doing this, and it's just like, man, you don't know you don't know what I've been through.
Yeah.
When you said, well, I felt like choking them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the anger that I had.
Yeah.
And like the anger for the longest time was never validated.
Yep.
It was never understood. And when I did try to share it, you're like, oh, and it was like, oh, that never happened to you,
Mhm.
or yeah, like
Or
like
get
I
over
said,
it.
it wasn't validated,
Yeah.
or oh, or if it did happen, just get over it, it didn't matter, so it was like, yeah, so like
Mhm.
that anger was just, it was never actually, being able to the
Validated.
trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really important because the other thing, as a helper, and most of you in the room are helpers and counselors, therapists in a way, is don't tell people how to feel. You have no clue how they feel. And if you tell them how you feel, you're taking their power. Because they probably didn't even feel that way. And then it adds to the rage. Here we go again. And then when you have them retell their stories, be very careful. You've got a big team here. You don't want them to tell their story 20 times. Then they just completely disassociate and you're not doing any treatment. So you got a team. If you have a same client, you need to talk to each other even if you don't like each other. Because it's not about you, it's the client or the person. Okay, 2 more.
Good morning. My name is Nona, and I work in CFS, and I used to be the cultural family support and taught Ho-Chunk and Dakota at the Winnebago Educare here. But like how we call our children, it's what is it, Wakan Jeja? In Ho-Chunk we say Wakan Chunk Ni Chunk. That means our children are sacred. But when I interact with the children, they react the same way when you first meet them, and these two ladies right here, they've been in CFS for many years, and they have really, good experiences and can really tell you a lot. But our children, that's how they are. Their responses, can I trust you, and they're just really precious to me, and then I finally figured out the other night that all I like to do is just watch them dance, and so, when they're real tiny like that, they get out there and their parents dress them up and they're just real precious, and they're so innocent. And I found out that cultural ways are the only way that can help them. And I went to a facility a couple, like 10 days ago, and that's what they use is they use singing, for the kids, and it's really healing. And I'm just amazed, that they're so young, but all of that through one founder that he's not even Dakota, or he's from a southwestern tribe, but he teaches them children with singing, and they just really enjoy it, singing, dancing.
Yep.
So that's the only way that our we have to go back to those ways. And then I have a nephew, and his dad is Si Changu, and he has sweats, and when we go on the sweat, that's what he does. And
Yep.
he helps a lot of our people in the alcohol program. And when we go on the sweat, he calls back his spirit 4 times each one. That's what we're supposed to do. And
Yep.
so when we have those different things happen to us, even as a little child, their spirit could leave their body.
Yep.
So, it's only through spiritual and traditional ways that, we can try to attain that healing.
And it's our way.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
it's
And
our
then
way.
they tell us that we're in the healing stage. We're not really, we're still trying to, heal from a lot of traumas. And I'm just really thankful I was never raised in a my parents were never raised in a boarding school.
Mhm.
And somehow or another, I said my dad, they ran away from him, and he was never in a boarding school. And my
Good thing.
mom and dad, they could speak their own language because they weren't taken away.
Mhm.
And so,
Thank
and
you.
then Faith, I heard you speak before, and I had to come here for work, but then I wanted to come and hear you because I like, I've heard you before, and
Thank
that
you.
Tankasha could bless you and all of you, all that you need and all that you do for her.
Well, Peter, thank you so much. Yes. One more, and then I'm going to show you something here. Do we have one more, or did we do 4? Huh? A male. Some brave man.
Good morning. I didn't expect to be here, but I started listening to you, and you started making a lot of sense. And one thing that really stuck out to me right in the beginning is how we disassociate with each other. And one thing I always like to say is that we're really medicine to each other, to be in here together, see each other smile, hear each other laugh. And I go around the community sometimes, and that happens where we don't acknowledge each other.
Mhm.
And what I like to do is try to chip away at it. Like how you said, just nod your head.
Mhm.
And then the next time they nod back.
Yep.
And then soon after, it's gone. Now we're medicine to each other.
Yeah.
Now we can associate with each other. Good to see you. And then that's how we used to be. Like how you said, things changed when you came back.
Mhm.
But also, I'm not in a traditional sense official for therapy, but I've been in management for 10 years. And trying to help people work and be happy with their work and be happy with what they do. And through that time, I did see people with trauma that they carried it every day, and they could go right back to it and relive it.
Mhm.
And I seen how that held them back. And also, even in my own life, when something happened to me and I didn't process it right, that I could take myself right back there and start all over again. But I think this is really helpful, and I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad I decided to step in this room.
Thank you. How do you say thank you in your language?
Pinagigi.
Pinapiki? That's close. Okay, I want to draw something for you real fast, and it's on what the lady before you talked about. Is over here. This is a barely surviving relative. They're having a hard time. They're out on the streets. They're in Sioux City, Rapid City, whatever, just having a tough time. That's who you're working with. And sometimes that's you. Even if you're sober, you might be dry drunking, because I believe that everybody should go to some form of codependency awareness, treatment, or training. Codependency means that you're addicted to something or somebody. You see that with our grandmas and our moms. Their son is like 40 or 50 years old and they're still driving them around to get EBT, right? Or they're taking them to the 15th job interview. They're washing their clothes. That's codependency. They're addicted to their son and it makes them helpless. But that addiction is real. It's just like alcohol. They always say that a codependent is one that when they're on their deathbed, instead of their life passing through, everybody else's life passes in front of them. They're worried about everybody else. So I went to codependency treatment when my kids were in high school because I was suffocating them. I was smothering them. I deprived them of the right to make their own decisions. And I'll talk about that later. But that changed the relationship between my kids and me. They could not believe that they were free from my over-mothering. And there's over-fathering. But I want to start here. That's where I was. And the thing you have to do here, Iktomi, can you hold this for me? It's going to fall over here. Iktomi always saves my life. Yeah, hold this. Okay, this is the first level of healing, is primary. This is you all by yourself, realizing that there's something not right about yourself. If you're a controlling person, you don't let anybody else do anything. Even if you ask them to do it, you do it yourself because you think they're not going to do it good enough. But over here, you think, oh my gosh. Remember when I talked about that divorced person coming down the hallway and you think, oh geez, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to hear their story again. But that's that person here finally getting that there's something wrong. And it's not wrong, it's just not okay. The next level is called secondary in treatment and the kind of work this team does. Your goal is to not only get your clients, but yourself to this level here. The young man that just talked a little bit ago, he stated it. He said, I'm going to work on that. When I'm on the campus, maybe even in Walmart, if I see somebody that is of our people, I'm going to nod. It's going to make you feel good. That's secondary, that I can now care about you. Before, I didn't even care. I don't even want you to look at me. What are you staring at? That anger, that rage. The third level is where it starts to pop in a good way. This is called tertiary healing. This is what we strive for. This is where your actions, your healing, your commitment, your wochunze starts to affect other people. You can see it. You can feel it. You can smile in the morning instead of walking in all crabby, especially on Monday. And then everybody disappears on Friday, right? But over here, you start to make a difference. When I went to codependency treatment, my son was a senior in high school. It's okay now, I can get it. And I was smothering him. And I came back from treatment, and that following week, I was in the kitchen. He came bounding up the stairs. He said, Ina, I got to fill out my FAFSA, my financial aid application. Can you do it for me? And I turned around, and I was going to say, okay, son. And I thought, wait now. I got to know the boundary. So I took a breath, and I said, I can't, like in a little girl voice. I can't. And he said, what? Like he was the boss, and he was the boss. And I said, you can do it. Huh? You expect me to do it? And then I got courage. I said, it is your application. Huh? I said, you can do it. And I wasn't afraid. And he said, You know what he said? He said, okay. And I would have spent 5 hours filling out that application. And he said, okay. And then he turned around, he was going down the stairs, and then he threw the guilt at me. He said, well, if I do all that work, can you at least get a stamp and mail it for me? He still didn't want me to change. He wanted me to do it for him. And I would have. I was doing too much. I was exhausted. I had 3 jobs. Their dad, my husband, was in law school. I was doing therapy. I was crazy. And so my kids made me realize that I was not a good presence for them because of not knowing what I needed codependency severely. So if you have a chance, or even if you do some seminars, there's self-help, Melody Beatty, Codependent No More. Please read that. There's the audio. You can read it on the way going to Sioux Falls or Minneapolis. You could get through a whole book, but she makes a lot of sense because she went through what we did. But you self-assess. You don't need to tell me. I might ask you later, where are you up here? Because you could be a director of a program and you could still be up here, especially if you're using. If you're on something and you're deceiving nobody but yourself because everybody knows. So you have to figure out what is your role. And one by one, I had a young girl in Braveheart. I asked her one time, we have about 200 Ishnati girls. And I asked her, I said, what are you going to do when you get older? She said, I'm going to do like you Kunshis. I'm going to work with people one by one. That's powerful. She was 16. So you get one by one, and the road to wellness is to create safety where we can begin to talk to each other and trust each other. And that doesn't mean we're not going to get betrayed. People are going to turn on us. It's going to happen. And so I have a ICTOMI is part of a amazing team at Braveheart. We have 9 people working with Braveheart, but it's a different kind of organization. They don't just stay stationary. We do our teamwork and we help each other in our disciplines. But we had a retreat in an environmental roundtable, and I called my girl. She's part of the team. She's got a doctorate in anthropology. And I said, could you do a session on decolonization? And she said, no. And I said, what did you say? She said, no, I can't. And nothing else. I said, what's going on? She said, I think, Ina, that you have the idea that our people are not colonized. She said 99% of our people are colonized. It's not an event that's coming, it's done. And she said, that's why I don't want to act like it's not here. It's done. And she said, even the ones that are learning about colonization that are getting better, this is a scary thing. She said, every one of them, including me, has a sleeper cell. That even if you trust each other, even if you're healing, if that sleeper cell comes out, they're going to turn on you. I've had that happen to me. I probably have done that to people. And her explanation is that we, because of our hurts, have unrequited love. We love hard. That's why when our kids have a partner, when they're 14, they go away, they kill themselves. I think in middle school, we need to tell them that it's going to be okay to break up with people. We love too hard because we never had that love. And so somehow in middle school, we got to let them know, you're going to break up with somebody. It might be a real good thing that you broke up with them. There's reasons why you break up because you're not compatible. It's not the end of the world, but for some of them it is. And when you put somebody on a pedestal with the betrayal, the sleeper cell, that's a long way for somebody to fall. So one of the things that I find that happens to me is that a lot of men have mother wounds. So they want me to be their mother. And I tell them straight out, I cannot be your mother because the minute I make a mistake, you're going to turn on me. You're going to do me in. And some of the women, I cannot replace your mother. The majority of men marry to find their mother. Sorry, men. But that happens because the government, it's not your fault, but you can take responsibility When the patriarchs came from that White House over there, they came to castrate our men, to tell them they were worthless. The men's societies were bad. At Yankton, my daughter did some research, and she said there was an orphan society of headsmen. They tried to keep the camp together, and they fought the IRA hard, and we did win. We're not IRA. But the headsmen, or the ones that went with the government, they outlawed the orphan society. Those were the men that took care of their families. So we became colonized, that we said they were bad. Nowadays, we do have cause to worry because some of the spiritual people are perpetrators, so we got to keep that in mind too. Everything has to be safe. We have a right to call people on that. So I'm going to do one more thing, and then I think we're going to, I don't know, where am I? What time is it? Okay, so I'm going to do this thing called Stack Grief and Trauma. This is an opportunity for you to, all of this is self-assessment, and the place that you begin to heal is not somebody else or your client, it's with you. Because if you're better, they're going to get better. They can feel it. You have more compassion. You're not so disassociated. The worst thing in the world is to have a counselor who is disassociated. What's the sense of that? It's like, fire that one. They're not listening. They're not even here. So the biggest foundation of trauma that we have is right here. I'm going to start here with boarding school. So how many of you in the room went to boarding school? Raise your hand. Okay. It's quite a few. So a lot of the injuries, the ailments, the detachment, one of the big things that we have in Indian country is attachment disorders. That you were not attached to somebody when you were 1 to 5 or 0 to 5. So it's really difficult for you to love people. There's a behavior that kids have when, if I'm sitting here and my little one is around and there's a crowd here, what they'll do in the midst of all their play and all the activity, they'll turn around and they'll come over and they'll hug me or you. What there is, they're reconnecting with the source. And then they'll run off and play. And then they'll run around, they'll get in a fight, they'll do something, and then they look over and they think, I got to plug in again. So I got to come over and I got to go to the source. They need a hug. They're just touching your energy. So what happens when we say, get away, go on, go play? The disparity in that, all they wanted to do was plug in. They just needed to touch you. And so, of course, we have to be careful about touches, but as parents and grandparents, we need to, I'm a much better grandma than I was a mother. I had an amazing grandma. I didn't have a mom around, so I really know how to be a kushi. But I had a tough time as a, because I had a big mother wound. But I learned a lot. But I want to go back to here, the foundation. So how many of you in the room have lost a parent? Raise your hand. Ooh, a whole bunch. Okay. How many of you know somebody close or yourself have been raped? That's this. Raise your hand. Okay. How many of you in the room have lost somebody to a car accident? Raise your hand. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one across Indian country. How many of you have lost somebody close that has committed suicide? Raise your hand. How many of you know someone or yourself have been molested? Raise your hand. There's no shame in that. That one was a big one. How many of you in your relationship have been cheated on? Raise your hand. Ooh, that's going to fall over. Okay, what's another trauma? What did I miss?
When the Broncos lose.
Depends on which side you're on. Domestic violence. How many of you have either witnessed or suffered DV yourself? Raise your hand. Or inflicted it. Here's another one. And this, if I keep going, this is going to fall over. And this falls over when you walk into the tribal building or you walk into your office and they said, they're looking for you. Where were you? You were supposed to do this. That language of rage comes out, the reactive trauma response, or what's it to you? And then this thing falls over. Everything falls over. The rage comes out. My day's ruined. I'm not going to get anything done. And I'm right back to where the original trauma was. So each one of you, your job as a human being is to figure out what your original trauma was. If you don't do it now, you still have, let's say you have, we're all going to be 100. You still have time to do it. If you don't do it by then, you're going to have to do it the next time around. You have to face that original trauma because that trauma is the mold and the template for how you handle everything. Parenting, divorce, relationships. If I've been abandoned, I try to own my friends. I try to control them. It just repeats it all the way through. So now the other thing I want you to be aware of is that the importance of this original trauma is it usually happens way down here. It's rooted in way back, long time ago. And probably some of you are feeling it right now. And if you are, that's good. We don't want you to forget it and disassociate. Every time you remember it, you get a feeling that not that you're going to re-traumatize yourself, but you're going to say, where am I at? Others, look at how many of us went through this together. When I worked in the VA in Black Hills, I had a bunch of Vietnam vets. I did the sessions up in this cabin in this beautiful Black Casapa, and somebody banged on the door, and these 4 or 5 big Vietnam vets kicked open the door, and they said, this guy needs to see you. I remember his name was Stacy. And he said, he got messed up. They said he got messed up in the war. He got close to his supervisor and he got killed right away. So this guy's lost it. Talk to him. He needs help. And they pushed him in the room. And he was a younger guy. He was about 26 or 27. He said, geez, you guys. And then they said, take care of him. And then they shut the door and they left. And so he's standing there looking at me. And so I started laughing and I said, gee, rough guys, huh? And he said, yeah, I didn't even want to come over here. And I said, well, you're here, so let's go to work. So I told him to sit down. And when he was going to sit down, I could feel that he came in with somebody. And so I could feel that energy. And I looked around the room and he said, what's wrong? I said, you brought somebody in here. And he looked at me and kind of started realizing what is going on here. And he said, what do you mean? I said, were you close to somebody that was little, like a 10 or 12-year-old? He said, God damn it. And he started to cry. I said, did you lose somebody around that age? And he just started sobbing. And he ended up throwing up because I spent about 3 hours with him. His original trauma at 12 years old, it was in Butte, Montana, and his dad and his hunting buddies went hunting. They left the boys at home. They were 12, 13, 14, and there were some guns at the house. And the boys started emulating their dads about being hunters. And Stacy took a gun, and they were playing, and it was loaded. And he killed his friend. He shot his 12-year-old best friend. And so he was sobbing, and he said, how did you know? Did they tell you? Did you look at my chart? And I said, no. I said, he came with you. And you need to quit dragging him around. And he said, what? I said, he's been with you. How old are you? And I think he was 26 or 27. I said, you've been dragging him around all this time. And he came in here and he let me know. You need to let him go. And he said, I don't want to drag him around. I said, you are. He said, what do I do? And I said, we'll work on it. I need to take you back there when you were 12. And I need to bring you back from Butte. Montana. So it took most of the afternoon, but I brought the medicine. I had somebody, when you're bringing back people from spirit travel, it's dangerous ground, because particularly if somebody has been molested and you're bringing that little girl or little boy spirit across this dark territory and the molester is dead, they're still out there. Because I've had people say, he's telling me to quit it. He's telling me to shut up. So you got to have somebody in prayer. You have to know what you're doing. Somebody has to be there with a chanupa, with the medicine that the elder talked about, because this is dangerous, hard work. It's a war between the dark and the light. And so it's not something you do lightly, but we knew it a long time ago when people were safe to do it. Not everybody can do that. You can do it for yourself slowly. Just take little pieces, but always have somebody to cry with. And a lot of times when people who have these original traumas that have almost made them sociopaths, we have the ability to become sociopaths, and we have some in Indian country, is when the feelings get buried so deep and there is so much unresolved trauma that if you look at them, if this was a lab and you looked at them, and I've had this scary thing, their pupils are almost black. That's almost like psychopath, because that adrenaline, those chemicals are going off. This can happen in domestic violence. Some of you that are survivors, if you've seen, if they looked at you, their eyes are almost black because it's those chemicals, those dangerous chemicals are firing in their body. And it's almost like, you know how when a dead person, their pupils go black? It's that stage in life. So these are real things. So if we do not do this work, we actually can create sociopaths in Indian country, and you can see it happening, right? We have people who are killers. So we can't be codependent about them. We can't protect them. Somebody else has to protect us, and somebody has to intervene. And if you see in my home community, when my kids were little and my sister lived in this one community, there was this little boy across the street, and he would stick things in cats' behind. He would cut their tail off. That is a budding murder. That is somebody, if you see that in the community, that some child is mean to animals, do something about it now. That boy, 4 years ago, tortured and killed somebody in our community. I tried to sound the alarm. We don't have the resources or even the level of mental health intervention to work with them, but they need to be spotted early. Even if they're doing vandalism, there's something going on. That rage is leaking. But take it seriously, because I've seen it come to fruition. It's real. So think about this, pray about this, smudge yourself, because this is, dark territory that we have traversed, but we can most definitely heal from it. We can overcome it. We're strong. We're brave. We're tough. The unimaginable things that we've lived through. So, are you looking at your original trauma? Raise your hand if you are, if you've identified it. Raise your hand. I'm not going to call on you. I just want to see your hand. Not too many. We need more. That's where the work begins, because you're up here. If you haven't worked with it, you're way up there, and you can't effectively do this. You can't take people where you haven't been. And so I learned that in working with the vets. Oh my gosh, those guys are amazing because they've killed people. But the thing is that sometimes only they can help each other. But if you create a circle or a group and make it safe and you protect the space, they can do the work with each other. I've seen it. But a lot of times they have to call their spirit. I was working with a vet in Arizona, and when we went after his spirit, he was hollering at me and he said, "What are you doing to me? You're making me hot. I'm sweating." And what happens is that when your spirit re-enters your body, your temperature changes. He was ice cold in more ways than one. When he first came in, he wouldn't even look at me. I was surprised that he consented to do that, but he's my friend forever now. In this lifetime, even though he was older, he was able to come back, and he was just drenched. So it's psychological, it's physical, it's spiritual, and bottom line, it's in our people with the original instructions that we have that Reuben talked about and other spiritual leaders like the elder here. It's about our medicine. Our people had traumatic things happen in the old days. There were some of our people that were stolen and killed and tortured. Sometime you should see that. Has anybody seen the movie The Fast Runner? Anybody? It's about a village in Alaska that was a pretty strong village. And there were two brothers that married sisters. And then the darkness entered their camp. One of the brothers went out with the other one's wife. And that brother ended up killing the other brother, and the camp fell apart. That's kind of happening to our camp, right? We're starting to injure each other, and there's no repair. If we can go back to restorative justice, when there's a rupture, beauty can come out of a rupture. So if you're feuding with somebody in another family right this minute, think about the rupture that you're creating, but out of that can become some powerful healing because the kids are watching. Because I hear them say, oh, my mom doesn't like that woman. That's a rupture. Some of you are smiling. Or my dad doesn't, whatever. My dad went out with that woman, so we don't like her. So it's so awesome to listen to our kids. I was at the Braveheart Lodge, and we have a little doll house, and there's some dolls in there, and I took a nap on the couch. There was some meeting, and these little kids were playing at this house, and I was half asleep, and I was listening to them. I wasn't really eavesdropping, but one of them said, who's that one? And the other one said, she's adopted, or she's living with us. Should we adopt her? The other one said, no. Even little kids, no, we're not going to adopt her. So they know the pain. They know their age. They know what's going on. Okay, let's get some feedback, turn on the lights, and then after lunch or whatever break, we're going to go into the trauma response. We still have some work to do until 2 o'clock. Yes?
Is that all right if I say so? Okay, I was kind of thinking about when you're talking about the trauma response, and then because of the, well, for myself right now, I'm kind of caretaking for my mom and all that, and kind of having a, my little relatives kind of really take care of themselves, so they're kind of going through their transition stage of, having a house and all that, and finding out, all the stresses that come along with that. Yeah. So for me, it was kind of really hit hard for me because I'm taking care of my mom and kind of her aging state, Right. And for me, it's a trauma because it kind of hurts my feelings to see how easily my nieces and all people that I love, just to put stuff down and walk away, And it really hurts my feelings because my mom's at her, at that stage. So then we got their kids at the house, and we kind of had to step up, and kind of we seen some problems and some things that we didn't like.
Yeah.
So my mom took the initiative to do that, and then in her state too, she's kind of disabled,
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of in the midst of taking care of that, So one morning, my niece gets up and she asked me, and she just was real kind of wholeheartedly, this little kid. She said, "How come I'm two?" Or "How come I'm?" And I'm sitting there, and I could think of everything. I thought about religion, thought about Christianity, even talked a little bit about science, talked about expansion of the universe, but I couldn't give her that one thing that she wanted to hear, And I was like, you're gonna have to ask your mom and dad that, why are you that? Why it's that way? So then when you're talking about that regress kind of trauma, I mean, that's true because people do dissociate from that. Yeah. And then they can just honestly just pick up and go, and then you still have to remain here lingering on that feeling because you're gonna have to come back to that. That's something you didn't develop. So then I was saying that, and then I seen my niece that next day, and I told her that same thing. I said, your daughter asked me this. And I told her, I gave her everything. I said, you dig, I could talk about anything. I can go way deep. But really, what it is that, because you guys are in love. Because you guys are in love, So then that kind of thing what made me think about that was that because she was out exerting all these behaviors, going over here, doing this, not being, and then it was because she got neglected from that one thing. Yes. And then so then those kids, they see that. They see that, and then they have to live the life of that.
They're clones.
They're clones of that. Yeah, I mean that was what and then so I'm sitting there trying to say that, and then me, I'm a single parent. I mean, not a single parent. I don't even have no kids. You know, and then here I am, you know, because I have no kids. I'm able to go to school and you know that kind of thing. So I kind of see that. I'm looking back at that, and I see that, and that's what I was noticing because you were talking about that with this one here, how you're setting this one up too. And one of the things I noticed too is that like it's like you kind of carry a big bowl.
Yeah.
Like you're carrying a big bowl of soup.
Yep.
And
And
all-
it can tip over
Yeah, and
anytime.
it's all everything's in there, like your family, your everything, you know. So then all it takes is just that one little nudge, and then you say something, and it comes out, and it's on the floor. You know, you can't pick it back up, but then it's there. It's there. You know.
And that's when the F word comes out, but you have a name for it now, is reactive trauma.
Yeah, yeah.
This whole thing could fall just because somebody gossiped about you.
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't realize they don't have that power. They just have that weakness of hurting somebody who's bleeding.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not power.
And it's like when I was kind of leading to that point with my nieces, and then it's always kind of like you got to have patience too. You know, you got to have patience because
Yes.
as a parent, you got to have patience to develop that, and that's what that is. It's a lifelong process. And I was trying to explain to her, it's like, you know, it's not that hard. It's that I just have a routine. It's like just get up, get them to school, come back, clean. You know.
Yeah.
As for me, I mean, because I'm not their parent, I'm just, you know.
Yeah.
But for you, it's like something different. You know, I mean, you have to. But for me, so that's what it is. So then, like, that's what I kind of want to like where's your routine at? You know, like, how come you not? How come you don't have that? Like, whatever.
Structure.
Yeah, where's that structure at? So it's like, I don't know. So that's what I mean when I'm kind of caretaking and like that way. That's what I mean. That the weight of that, the weight of it. You know what I mean?
It's on you now.
Yeah, because I think about it because like my mom's. I know how my mom feels about everybody. You know. And then all the stuff that we went through, you know, because there's a lot there too. We lost a lot of relatives too, so kind of trying to look back and trying to take care of all that. And then
I would say I would share with you two things. Read Ella Deloria's The Dakota Way, and it's all tribes. It's not just Dakota, but she talks about camp life, and she said camp life is serious business. Camp life is how kids feel safe, how they have discipline, how they have boundaries. And she said, she gave an example. She said, in camp life, it's very serious and we've forgotten how to run our camp. But she said, she gave an example when two people were courting in an old camp. There was a courting path where if the camp was in a circle, they would walk together in the evening, but they would walk in front of the teepees where everybody could see them. They didn't go to that outward powwow circle, get in the car and go party and have sex. It was in front of the people, and there was a path that they walked in. Those are the kind of things that you're talking about, not that, and it will come when they get to be teenagers, but reread that. And she says the most important thing that you could do is to be a good relative. Many of our people have not been raised to be good relatives. They've been raised to be sociopaths. So we got to figure out how do we redo that. The other thing that I would say is you mentioned not having children. I have a precious auntie, and maybe some of you know her. She's kind of like my second mother, and she's kind of made me like her daughter, is Mary Louise Defender Wilson. Anybody heard of her? She was the first Miss Indian America in 1954. She's 95, and we're going to celebrate her 95th birthday at Braveheart in October. But she never got married. She got married, but she did not have children. And she is the most amazing mother grandma ever. And she told me, she said, Tojan, you have to realize in our camp, we had men and women who did not have children who had greater influence on these children than the parents could because they respected them. So those kids will respect you. And so there's a role for that. So Dekshi in our language and Tui means birth mother, mother who helps make birth. So the aunties are the second moms, but and the phenomena that we have is we have amazing grandmas, but the moms didn't have some of the experiences that the memories that the grandmas had. So in parenting classes or circles, don't do it Washichu way, but try to bring those memories up. Read Dakota Way, or if you have a Winnebago version, do it. My daughter, who is a doctorate, She said, I had to force myself to read in the violent path of becoming an anthropologist. But she said, by reading, my brain grew, my spirit grew. So read. There's a lot of stuff out there. It's going to make you angry, but it's going to make you realize, how do I put this puzzle back together and do it together? You might do it maybe in some staff groupings or whatever. But I think what you said is beautiful. You just defined a role as an uncle. And it's important. And you have that influence that you're setting boundaries, and you have to do that for your mom. Okay. So it kind of filtered down. Yeah, he would do that all the time. Yeah. Family characteristic. That's good.
That's the thing too when I'm talking about that because you know what I mean. When I gave that explanation, I mean, I gave everything like you know what I mean, all the stuff I had to read. But then when it come back to it was just that simple. They were in love. They cared for each other.
Yeah.
You know. Then like it's that. You know what I mean. So like that's why I'm worried about that. You know what I mean. Even for myself too, is that I resorted to all these other things.
Yeah.
But then it was just a simple fact of.
Oh, what a
that.
wise little person, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I
man.
mean,
Yeah, it's a gift. The other thing, I'd like to transfer that into a public setting. I don't know how it is about funerals. I know you have the Native American Church strong down here, but in funerals in other parts of the country, the kids are running amok. And it is our responsibility, rather than criticizing and glaring at the parent of that child, to help them out and to say, you kids, you just get up. I do that. And I know the moms frown at me, but I don't care. And so could you get your kids, be quiet, because they'll be running on the bleachers. That is a ceremony. It's the last ceremony of somebody's life. And so when we do that, don't be rageful and say, get off those bleachers. Just say, Takoja, grandchild, come here. So those are doing the things that he was talking about. The camp circle is serious business, and that's what she says. All of those rules that we had in the camp circle. Okay, a couple more, and I think she's going to say something about food. Any thoughts, feedback? Can you wait for the mic? And then can we have some people who haven't talked before to chime in?
Solomon that just got through talking, that was his choka. And then Jackie over there, that's her choka too, the one on the end.
Okay.
And then Ruben was my uncle, and he was raised with my mom, and he used to go to Sioux City and help approve the books that were in the schools.
Oh my gosh.
And I used to take him over there, and he was invited to the Iowa School Board, and he would have his input in how they introduce the books in the schools.
Oh.
Yeah,
He worked at it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to be a teacher, and I'm going to pick out two people since you're not raising your hand. Let me see. Who's my... how about that young man there with the gray sweater? Give him the mic.
So I guess the only feedback I would have is just I relate to a lot of what you're saying, and just I'm young. I'm not, I just had my first child, and it's a learning experience with him, and just realizing the trauma that comes from even back whenever I was a child and trying to fix it. It's tough, but I relate a lot to what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense the way you put it. So, yeah, that's kind of all I have to say.
Thank you. That's awesome as a young parent, because if I could have said what you said when I had my babies are tough, considering what I just did not, there's no instructions to be a mom or a dad. And so a lot of it was repair, but kids are amazing. They figure things out before you do. And like that little one that you were talking about, they are so amazing. We just have to figure out how to get away from the rage. How about a couple more? How about this young lady with the black shirt on. You.
What was the question?
What are your thoughts about, did you come in late?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I thought you did, so I'll.
Put on the spot already.
Okay, you're saved. I thought you just came in. How about the young man over there that just went like this with his hair? That's you. With the flowered gray shirt. You did a Reuben Snake move. You went like this.
Well, first of all, I want to say, Wopida Tanka to you and Honey Cha IP. Glad you can come here and be amongst our village here, amongst the Ho Chung and Nishodochi people. And Karajiha Shini Waini Ginam Shana Pi Hinagigi. Thank you for your encouragement. And it kind of caught me off guard. With a reply of what you had to share with our village, share with our people, amongst our clans here, and just kind of taken in, and I was more of a listener, open up my mind to what you had to say and share. And I think one thing, my thoughts is myself as a single dad doing it on my own, and is the the trauma that our children go through, and trying to I guess how I reply with my voice, as a parent, and it's a learning experience every day, and it's a blessing all the time. And he goes through things that he wishes that he has every day, and and I only can do so much as a father. And I can't give a mother's love. I can't give a mother's love. And as a father, and it's different because I don't understand his mind and what he's going through. And so when you're talking about this, our children, and it's the way we reply, not just as parents, but as individuals, and we go through, some of us in the apprentices, we go through the school systems all the time, and it's a way we bring our energy and how we talk to these children, and so I want to thank you for what you had to say. As my choka Jim Snow, when I kira, he used to say, God bless our children. Kira. Caught me off guard, sorry.
Well, Peter, you did good. So my next step, when I'm not sure how we're doing the lunch thing, but I'm going to go into the trauma response. I'm going to show you the healing road. And then you're going to self-assess with some of the insights that I gave you with your trauma stack and where you are up here on this continuum, to apply it to yourself when I go through the trauma response. And you will see yourself up there, and you are the only one that can be truthful with yourself. Other people can see it, but you're the one that's going to have to be able to grasp it. And it's not a burdensome, laborious thing. Healing can be fun. I mean, it's awesome. It's painful. I know sometime when I go home, my kids ask me, "Did you make them cry?" I think somebody that I saw this morning, your friend, she said, I just saw you and I wanted to start crying. But you can, it's part of a ceremony. But okay, where are we at with lunch? Let me know before I start.
Stuck in construction and
So
they're
I can,
overcooking, so they're waiting for their buns and chips and things
so
to
I should
arrive
go
from
on?
home. Yeah, yeah. About
Okay.
25 minutes.
Okay. How is your behind doing? You need 5 minutes to stretch, go to the bathroom? Okay. Go bathroom, get a drink, 10 minutes, and we'll be on it. Like I knew what was a good trick. I know. I just went like that. But it worked. Well, thanks for coming on. Okay. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Okay. Yeah, she said she was coming.
Yeah, and then this morning she said, I'm coming with the cold. And I was like, oh. But I really wanted to come and see this presentation. Related to everything you said.
Oh my gosh.
Or if you do and then they don't. So, but I'm gonna
Okay, and what do you do?
so I got empathy.
Yeah. So what does that mean?
My duties is mostly to process meetings versus, but all around.
My husband, he passed away 3 years ago, but he was the judge in Rosebud for a lot of years, and he made a record of collections on child support, and he did, and all the restoration and everything, but he really went after the parents to do child support. It was like, fell apart. And then when she was making babies, my daughter said, did you know there's a baby literature? And my little academic, and she said, they're called reproductive abusers. People who support abuse people.
did that too. Oh my gosh.
So I would do kind of explaining that she talks about. I really miss mental health therapy. And what people are saying, you know, it's like, I figured it out.
I know. I'm here. Yeah. So sometimes I'm like, oh, yeah.
Putting it
Yeah,
forward.
even know where, but like, yo.
Yeah.
It's not all the way there yet, but
Yeah.
well, hi.
There's no rush. Just
Yeah.
enjoy it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and tell her hello.
Yeah.
I'll be talking to her about some of our work. So. Okay. Sorry I didn't get to see her, but
Yeah.
keep up the good work.
Yeah, no, I always, every time she talks about you, I'm like, oh, it sounds like such
I
great
feel
work.
like a little midget when I stand beside her.
Yeah.
Yes. I better hit the bathroom.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I'll follow you. Where's the bathroom? Well, I'm right behind you. Kathy's gone, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I know. That's so cool. And she was like, yeah. As kind as you were. I didn't think that it would be that way. When her first batch. Yeah. See, and you also didn't get to feel it because I thought like that was the first time. Wait, she was first. Yeah, this is the first batch. I know, I did that was a February, so I remember one time one of my girls. I never did that. I didn't think that she was another friend. Who was it? It's about. I don't know why. She was real artistic, so I don't know why. Down through her first batch. Yeah. Yeah. So did you call them or?
I just wanted to say something real quick. I know you're busy. Louis LaRose is my brother. Yeah, I'm Kathy LaRose. And Milton and Kevin are my grandsons. And Turner got killed. Milton is Turner. Yeah. So we had his last memorial. Sharon wanted to come, but she got sick. We know. 'Cause we wanted to take her to Bingo. We wanted to take her to the casino. But we're gonna. She had that Lincoln Mountain from COVID. Is she okay now? She's okay. Well, 2 days ago, she's really, Sheecha is her sister. She never listens. And I knew, I can tell when she starts to get pneumonia, because then she gets breathless. So I told her, and you catch it all the time. So I said, you need to get in. I can hear it. So she wouldn't listen to me. She was being mad at me. And sure enough, she had pneumonia and strep throat, but she's okay. Okay. Because we want to get her down here before it gets too cold. Leslie's her daughter. Leslie's Kevin's, big Kevin's ex. My daughter. Yes. So anyway, we want her to. Now, what does she do? Leslie? Yeah. Leslie LaRose, Kevin and Milton's mama is my granddaughter. Is your granddaughter? Yeah. Okay. So she's here. Let me tell her. I need to get your phone. I need to get some kind of information on you so I can tell Kevin, and because Kevin's up there. Yeah. Yeah. He does beautiful art. Beading. I met her. Now, what was she to you? Is it Annabeth? Annabeth is my mom. That's your mom. Because when Kevin was first your niece, your granddaughter, we came to her house. She lived in a little old house over here, a white house. And so Sharon said, "Come with me, sister. I'm going to go down and stay with Annabeth or go bingo or something." So we came down, and the boys were little then. Now Kevin's just tall. Just naughty when they were little. Kevin's just tall. Yeah, he is. He's telling me what I think about. Dad came up. He's the one that came up. He said, "You better listen to me, son. He's this tall." He said, "Cowboy shirt." He said, "Okay, Dad." Yeah, we love Big Kevin. Oh, we love Big Kevin. Yes, we really do. Yeah, he is. And he's married to that Humphrey girl. His dad. Kevin is, yeah. Her dad was from here. Yeah, right? His name is Humphrey. First name Bob. Bobby Humphrey. Yeah, he's related to us. Bobby's related. He's enrolled down here. Yeah, Bobby Humphrey. He's enrolled. So is she enrolled down here? Who? The Humphrey's daughter. Oh yeah, she's in Winnebago. In Winnebago, I'm pretty sure they come down once in a while. But anyway, I'm glad to meet you, and I'm happy to hear you say my brother's name. He's my Hichita Hara, and we miss him. It's going to be 2 years now. But it's great. I'm glad to meet you. It was an honor. Yeah. And I'll get some information from you, so I want to tell Les. Okay. Because Leslie's he has a messed up foot. She just stays home. Oh, dear. Okay. Okay. Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes.
My name is Ken,
Ken.
and I used to be the tribal judge here.
Okay.
I'm a Washichu, but I have a Chante Washte. Winnebagos would say Nachikepi. How do I say this? I feel like I belong here. This place has changed my life. I've been here. I've had things happen to me here, like visions and feelings, and I won't go into detail.
Yeah.
But I was invited to Reuben's 4th memorial. So
I didn't come to any of them. I came to his funeral, but I was gone after that. But
Kathy wanted me to be there. And I wished she asked me to sit on the family blanket, but I didn't feel worthy.
Yeah.
So I sat between the teepee and the caboose. But I got to share this with you.
Hi,
excuse
Faith.
us.
This is my partner. I'm her right-hand man. Yes. I just got done grilling all the burgers and dogs, so I'll announce to everybody that they can eat, but we'll have you go first, and then we'll have elders follow, okay?
Is it up there now?
Yeah, yep.
I'll make it real quick.
All right, everybody, can I have your attention for a second? There's already a prayer said this morning, so the food is finally here. So we're gonna have our presenter go first, and then we'll have elders follow, and then I'll probably go, and then you guys can follow too, okay?
Me first.
Will you be bringing me a plate?
School, make everybody a plate.
I have a couple of handouts.
Can I take this down?
Yeah, we're gonna dismantle the trauma coach. It
Seminole relatives in Winnebago, and then Pine Ridge. So we used to travel for about 7-8 years.
Oh my gosh, I used to do all kinds of things, the puppets and
Yeah.
everything else.
But we lost some kids to suicide, and some that I coached. I used to coach here at college. And one I was recruiting, her name was Tatiana Hernandez, and I talked to her like on a Wednesday. This was like 10 years ago, and she was like, "I'm going to Nebraska." And I talked to her and her mom, and her mom was a black kettle or red kettle or something like that. And then her sister, after she got committed suicide, and almost to a year to the day was her sister Tika. And so, but that's like, I don't know what's healthy, 'cause I used to be a coach, I still coach, but I was a probation, law enforcement, youth, and all those, man, I'm carrying all those. It's like, yeah, so that's what I'm doing now. I'm coaching South Sioux, coach up north.
So the girl, the sister committed suicide, and the other one didn't.
She got shot, like a drive-by or something.
Yeah, like
Yeah, and then I used to coach Todd Littleby. I don't know if you've heard of him. Yeah, so he got to reach out to me for money. He was trying to get from Denver to Pine Ridge, and then so I was like, man, I ain't got that kind of money. So he messaged me because I used to coach him, and then he got like
Right before he got killed?
yeah, right before, like a week or two later, and that's when he got shot. So it's like, all that stuff is like, I mean, we do what we can. I'm a youth counselor right now, and we're trying to bring our drum back around, so we're teaching kids how to sing and stuff. So. Yeah. 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 Yeah, me and Tommy have been fighting it for a while, trying to, keep things. But people don't. People are so, like Ruben used to talk about this. People are so living in dysfunction that it's normal. And then we're like, they're too close to it to see it. They don't see the negative around them. So yeah, so we've done a lot this last
That is so good.
few years.
Tell me your name again.
Scott Aldrich.
Okay.
Yeah. see if I'm handling things in the right way. Trying to, you know.
The suicide thing is so, oh my gosh, I work quite a bit in Canada with the kids. And I think the important thing is prayer.
Yeah.
Because there is a God.
Yeah.
And our kids are going to. So even other families, their parents can't help them. So what you're doing is really keeping them safe. Good work.
Keep
Yes.
talking. You guys are doing good.
And I was really wondering, pull up a chair. You know what? When I walked up there, I couldn't see it. I couldn't even see. You probably can't see it. I wanted to try to. I told Brooke, I said, send me some borderline slides. So I don't know because it's kind of not fair for them. But she sent me 3 of them. I think the last one we could show them one of those to talk about the clusters. Because when you're borderline, you're probably something else too.
Hey, Solomon.
Yes. Okay. All right.
So the sun was coming up. The roadman was scolding everybody because they didn't park in the proper route. You gotta let him go. All of a sudden, this cool breeze shaking the outside of the TV. And above the choker fire, it's Winnebago.
Yeah.
Choker fire, this smoke rose up.
Oh my goodness.
Smoke. Never before created. All of a sudden, smoke went out close to us. And across all of us was sprinkling ash. We were sprinkling.
Oh my
And I,
gosh.
to this day, have never felt such peace. So I just want to share that.
What an exit. No. I knew Kathy, but most of my interactions with Ruben were in the outer world with our tribal, our leadership, our advocacy, Washington.
We didn't know that that was for us.
I think it seemed like Jackie, that's her. Anyway, she
And her mom was Ruben's sister.
and when you said aim, friend Sarah was saying
There was this
she
there was this plant.
I wore the leggings.
I can't remember.
Aimster stuff.
But I remember one time there was this
Well, I appreciate your work because
plant that grows
my lifelong
curd,
friend, best friend,
and
right?
what they said
He
was
was a judge. He died 2
when you
years
pick
ago.
that
Cancer.
berry,
And he was a
you're supposed to
judge
pick
at
it
Rosebud.
on a certain time, or like
Washington,
even with the way the winds
He
blow.
had a
Because if you
distinction.
don't do that, then it tastes bitter.
He
And
collected
here, I don't know if anybody else knows what that plant is.
child molested or child support.
There was.
His name was Brian.
I think there was even like out there in the prairie. So the guy told us like you pick that plant whenever it's not windy or whenever it's blowing.
I asked my kids, I said, oh, one of them came home from school and said,
Yeah.
in third grade they were learning
Very
social studies.
But I don't know how much I remember if that is true or.
So she said, we're supposed to know these. What's the salvation? And so we were being the victim. I said, oh, that's when they did that. And then people. He said, no, I think that's.
Oh, that poisonous?
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, poisonous.
Thank you for sharing that thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't find out where it's spread by flood, but that's what I was told. Spread by flood.
because there was some floods around here. Hey, have you ever heard of a plant that has a berry on it that's supposed to be picked when the wind is blowing in a certain direction, otherwise it's bitter?
Yeah, some of it grows along north of Fort Randall in White Swamp. There's some that grow up there. If you go on the wrong side, it gets bitter. It smells you. Is that what you're talking about?
I remember someone told me about that, but I couldn't remember because my daughter, she goes to school here at Little Priest. Layla, yeah, Layla
Hi,
Petit.
Layla.
And she's 20 years old now. She just turned 20, but she's in her this class right here.
What is it?
Plant, People, and Culture.
Oh my goodness.
But
Who's the author?
Paul Allen Cox and Michael J. Ballot.
Oh, that's your textbook for your class?
Yeah, it's a good class. So her teacher is retired. He works here. His name's Al Martin. But she was just now showing me that there's this thing called tacit and explicit. So explicit knowledge is easily communicated quickly. Like everybody knows the sky's blue, you know?
Yeah.
But tacit is outside the normal awareness of people who are not members of the society. And so the part of the paragraph was that the scientists, the people who came here to learn about us,
yeah,
or whatever, the anthropologists sometimes didn't take the time to learn because there was a communication barrier.
And then when they didn't understand it, they made it up.
Yeah.
They just pure made it up. So are you interested in science?
In science, yeah.
Okay, because I'm on the elder board of American Indian Science and Engineering Society, and their conference is in October in Minneapolis. But you should go sometime. It's a yearly conference, but I was so amazed when there's like 1,500 native engineers, STEM kids walking around, 1,500 all across the nation. Oh my gosh, it is so invigorating. But that's, hopefully you go into environmental something.
She was ever since she was 2, she was playing school at home, and then she's been straight A's ever since, all the way through high school, and then she went to InMed up in North Dakota.
Of course.
7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th. Now she's a counselor there for 2 years. Now she's been a counselor.
So you go there in the summers?
Yeah. Teach the kids.
So one of these days we'll be calling her doctor.
I know.
We're pushing her that way, and she's learning a lot.
My daughter, when she was like your age or younger, we went to court over the river, and the Negra white people brought in this doctorate Washichu woman that talked about graves, and the court was influenced by her because she had a doctorate. And my daughter said, "You just wait. I'm going to do what she does, but it's going to be on our side." So she did. She got a doctorate in anthropology out of the University of Washington. So now she can make policy. She can influence because she's at that level. She's as expert or more than them. So you go for that doctorate.
She's feeling bad because I said, you should come sit over here and listen to what Faith has to say, because I learned from her 10 years ago, and it's very good. But she had to tell her instructor that she had to come over here.
Oh.
So then her instructor, he was happy that she was coming, but,
good.
but she felt bad that she was ditching him out. But they're still going to go look at plants by the river later today.
Good.
But I think everything she's going to learn from you is the same as this.
Yeah.
Almost.
You know what we do up at Bray Park? In June, we have a field school because we're trying to build a workforce of native scientists. So we have 4 days of, in the morning, we do the field work. Like we go out and we do range assessments, we identify plants, we do water testing, we'll go out on the river. And then in the afternoon, we do the book work of identifying the parallel between between traditional knowledge and science. So you should keep your eye out and come next June. That'd be cool. Yeah, we go out on the river.
Yeah.
And keep your eye out for ACES sometime in the future. They give scholarships for young people in STEM.
She likes Minnesota. I know that. We went there. She went there twice this summer. Mall of America, but yeah.
Mall of America. I need a scooter to get around there.
So is it too late to get into the conference?
No.
Oh, look, there's register link.
As students, get a break.
So you should fill this out, and then like there's scholarships. So you
Yeah.
can go to it too. So I'll send it to you.
Yes.
Go to Minneapolis for 3 days for a conference. It's really good. American Indian Science and Engineering. Oh, it says final day to register for the discounted pre-conference right now. Oh,
Check it out. Not this big of a blackberry or June, whatever it is.
Just
Blueberry.
try to, yeah, just try to. It's over, but you can still try to apply. I think.
Yeah, because some will cancel.
Yeah. You can take me with you to Minneapolis.
How many kids you have?
5.
5? She the where middle?
She's in the middle, yeah.
Middle?
I have 2 older sons, and then with my wife, I have my daughter, and then 2 younger sons.
Oh. Did you copy them?
Hmm?
Did you copy them?
I sent them to me. Which one did you want? Just one or all of them?
Wish I had a team of therapists.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm doing is group therapy.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good one too. Talks about how you become borderline.
I know, I was looking at it. I was like, maybe I'm borderline.
I know, every time I go over there, everybody thinks. Like your first psychology class, you think you're every one of those. I think the scary thing about with borderline, you can identify it under sister. But the scary thing is that the kids can clone borderline behavior. It's just scary.
Gianna was telling, because Dusty was talking about how she grew up and stuff. So I was telling her a little bit how I grew up, and she just started crying. I made her cry. And she just gave me a hug. And I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry.
Just think how tough you are. 3 schools in 1 year?
Huh?
3 schools in 1 year? 5?
Geez, I don't even know. I feel like I used to know. I used to know. And then I was talking about like when my mom used to drink, because my dad wasn't there for a while. Then he ended up taking my sisters and me because I was codependent or whatever. I stayed to like make sure my mom was okay, you know. And then I would tell my girls, you know, my mom didn't leave for days. She didn't leave for weeks. She left for months. And she would go live other places, and I'd have to be there taking care of whoever, you know.
You were the little parent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you learn good skills anyway.
I was always, my daughter goes, you were always in leadership. So I could send that one to Marian and ask her to print some off.
Can we put it up here? Do we have to send it to what's his
I'll
name?
send it to what's that?
Just peeked in. I think he's.
I think my friend is too far gone.
Is she here?
Because you know what? Last night
Is she back there? She left.
she didn't come back. That's why she. I was like, that's why she brought those vegetables because she wasn't gonna come back. But I didn't know last night. She was getting real anxiety, antsy, and she was, I'm gonna go for a walk. And I said, okay. Then I fell asleep. She came back. Every time I woke up, the TV was on, all the lights were on. So I didn't sleep good. And this morning, I said, where'd you go when you went for a walk? She goes, I went to the bar.
Oh.
And I said, gee.
Hi, I'm Brian Chamberlain. I'm with the Winnebago Indian News. Can I get your photo in front of this?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, you can sit. It's totally fine.
Oh, can you do it where I'm at?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that.
And with this?
Yeah.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry. Get my crumbs out of the way.
No worries. So like that. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Thanks.
Thank you.
I was listening online. I'm also the director for our tribe's physical resources department. And so I've been introducing this concept to our staff. We have about 80 people and stuff, and it's really an interesting discussion because most of, I don't look like it, but I don't remember the tribe. This has never been discussed with them in a large concept. Now they may have received it one-on-one, yeah, or physical conversation, but even the introduction of the concept is still foreign. So yeah, but it's good.
I don't know. They started, I think she started to do a sign-in sheet.
And you have such a cross section.
It's somebody else.
That could do probably already.
Right. I don't know how it started out.
Our Ray part works closely with environmental studies, so it took me a while to figure out that the fastest way to doing is through the forest.
Yeah.
Water, whatever outside, that's how we live. So
Yeah.
so we have a I have a hydrogeologist, she was gonna be here, her sister. I have a ecologist, I have a land planner, farm. Feelings. And he's on mentoring. And we chatted with him for mentoring because we do the groundswork. He just sent me a message and he said, just checking in on you. You know, I couldn't come because you're gone. I go to work for you.
Hey, there you
Isn't
go.
that sweet?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Just threw that in there, appreciation.
I was about to.
Yeah, I'll go to work for you. It's a real feeling.
Absolutely.
Huh? He's a good one. I'm just gonna stick with him. We're gonna do details together. I said, I have to drug test. He said, okay.
You what?
He said, I'll look for him. I said, yeah, you really grew up doing this. Cause you agitation, so I said, yeah, because we're gonna do that in.
Oh, nice.
your food. All right. Relatives, if you guys could listen, we have our raffle drawing now. Did you guys get your raffle tickets in? Ah. Just kidding. No raffle today, but Faith is going to be with us till 2:00. So we kind of had a late lunch. So I know we're just kind of wrapping up lunch, but she's going to go ahead and get started again with what she's been teaching us this morning. And so if you can give her your kind attention, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to speed through this, and you're going to have to raise your hand if something hits you and you want to touch more on it. One of the things that I've had a lot of questions, people have come up, and it's been very enlightening to hear your feedback individually. But for some of you, this is the first time look at yourself in the mirror of where you might be emotionally. And it's important for you to realize that I'm approaching this from a clinical perspective. So I've been a clinician, so it's just not like a workshop presentation. It's kind of like we're doing group. It's what I would do with the vets, but we would go deep. So I'm sharing that. And so if some of you do this work, you're going to have to work on your skill as facilitating, being able to gauge how far you go, how you move the group. But it's a good exposure. So up here, one of the things that I'm doing is I'm jogging you with that trauma stack that I had here, the stack grief. I'm trying to get you to remember who you are. So you are obviously in this village. I love that somebody said our village. And in this village, of course, you have a tribal identity, you have other people here, but with that identity, you have responsibilities. Remember I said when Grandma Ella wrote about the camp circle is serious business? I believe, and I've seen it through I'm 77, been to a few rodeos, and I think we all have a divine plan. So it behooves you. Some people figure it out when they're young. But if you can realize that there's shka, there's energy in the earth, and I know this because in 2010, I had a near-death experience and I went to the other side. And I experienced it, and the grandmas called me back. So my divine plan was to come back. It wasn't my time. I got to see things, and I knew everything. I remember the morning I woke up at Sanford. I knew everything, and I had a trach in my mouth, and I was all these tubes, and I was trying to get the nurses to call my son so I could tell him I knew everything about the other side. And remember that movie Men in Black? It started to recede. It was going, and pretty soon it was gone. But I felt it. And then after I went home at 3, when I was there, I could see spirits. Whenever somebody tells me that there's a spirit in their home, it's not so special because there's spirits everywhere. I mean, there were hundreds of them that were walking. Some knew me, some did not see me, some were needing food, prayer. When you give food, you're giving prayer, and some were meant for me. So I know that there was a divine plan. So bear that in mind, and once you do that, just let a lot of that little stuff, put it on the bookshelf, because you can always go back to it. But so this is remembering who you are. Some of you talked about your lineage. I'm not going to go through this, but you have some genetics at work. We come from powerful, old-time people. When I think of Trump trying to criticize the Chinese, holy smokes, the Chinese have thousands and thousands of years of warfare knowledge, scientific knowledge, and there's this toddler trying to say bad things. We have that kind of DNA. They try to prove that we were not originally from here. Nobody's been able to do that. Our origin stories are the stars and the underground. So we have powerful DNA. We just have to remember and figure out how to access it. And it's by your heart, your spirit, and then the ancestors are always here. But you have to be powerful in prayer, and we can all do that. So go to the next one. I don't have time, but in a longer workshop, we go into all of that. Next one. Will it move? Okay, real fast. You all are gonna look at this through however you were hurt or grew up. Some of you are going to say, "Oh, I didn't learn anything." I heard that before. Some of you that have come up that have said, I never thought about some of this stuff. We haven't held this. This is like exposure to our village. That everybody needs to know this. These are instructions for healing. So run it through your filter, but don't be too hard on yourself, but don't be too judgmental of others, because you're all going to experience it different. Next one. And then you make that wochuza. What are you going to do in your walk of life? That's totally up to you. It's not anybody bossing you around, but don't make your life short by taking care of 10,000 people. Next one. Okay, this is how colonization happened. This was the destruction. So all of this was wiped out. So that's why when I called my daughter and I asked her to do that workshop, she said, no, we're 99% colonized. A lot of this is gone. I was doing a session somewhere and this woman came up to me and she said, you know what you made me think of is that when this colonization came, it just hit our spirit like that and it knocked everything out. We don't even have memories of who we are as a people, especially the younger ones. My friend in Omaha, they did a survey when I was working with her, and they tried to measure the amount of trauma in population age groups in the Native population in Omaha. They thought the older ones that experienced boarding school would be higher in trauma. That wasn't the case. It was the younger ones that were sky high in trauma because they didn't have the culture. The ones that were in boarding school, they were still hanging on to their grandpas and grandmas. So now that's what you're doing is bring, like the lady earlier said, is this, you're reconnecting us to the old villages. And if we work hard, those ancestors are happy. They're helping us in mysterious ways. But look at all of this, schooling, beloved children, that's our job. At Braveheart, when we revived 30 years ago, we did a 2-year study and we talked to grandmas on how we did a study, a society. We found out it was age graded. You don't do a pop-up society. You are led by older matriarchs. And then the second thing was, how do you do leadership? And they said, that's easy. Just talk to the grandmas, the aunties, the older sisters. But that wasn't the case because everybody was toxic. So we became surrogates. So like you were talking over here, you're a surrogate. So we have to, that happens. We have to do that. And we know that our houses are overcrowded. But belief systems, traditional pride, spiritual strength, language, families, all of this was wiped out. So we have to accept the fact that there's those sleeper cells in us where we don't like ourselves, we don't like others. And there's even some people that will say, oh, if you will learn all that Indian stuff, that's not going to give you a job. But a lot of this was knocked out of our people, so that it's starting all over, but it can be good. Okay, next one. Next, keep going. Okay, the steps for resolving trauma before I go to the trauma response is that you have to validate the effects of what happened to you, your original trauma. And remember that stack? You have to, in a retreat setting, I would go take you intensely to retrieve what that trauma was. You have to validate it did happen. Some of you will deny it. In severe cases of complex trauma, has anybody in here done EMDR? You have? Awesome. EMDR is like Inipi, sweat lodge. The singing, the repetition, going through the memories, crying, it's very similar to EMDR, but you have to be careful, but EMDR has good results. It's eye movement while they're taking you through, and we use that in the VA quite a bit. So if you're working with a combat vet that has killed somebody, you take them through the killing, and at the same time you're working with their senses, their eyes back and forth, because they're paying attention to what the physical is, and they can talk about it and not fall apart. So and you have to probably make sure that you have skilled people, and but EMDR is an option for severe complex trauma. Forming relationships with healthy others is, of course, if you're working on yourself, there's a lot of people that are hoping that you don't make it. So you have to be able to self-eliminate. Who is the ones that are going to take you to slippery places, even if it's gossip? If you're we have and when I do middle school and high school groups with girls, I'd always talk about runners. There's runners in our community that love to carry, they're like UPS with gossip. They just, and the way, the fork, remember Ruben, Lou, you talked about that? When somebody in your office, and you know how after then there's 2 weeks of drama and trauma, then delicious gossip, right? Somebody comes in and, wow, what's the latest? What did you hear? When they do that, the resistance will be, you know what? I got to go to the bathroom. You know what? I got to take a call. Because if you go, what? Tell me what happened. Then you're becoming a runner. You're passing it on. I worked with a school in Wyoming. I can't remember. I think it was, I can't remember. But I brought that up to the staff about gossip and how destructive. And I said, how do you deal with it? And this one teacher, he was a coach. And he said, you know what? When people hear gossip about somebody, I tell them, well, let's go ask them and tell them and see if it's true. And he said, that kind of stops right there. They don't want to tell it to you. He said, come on, let's go. Let's go ask them if this is happening. But gossip is a killer. People get fired for it. So, and it's what comes out of here sometimes can be bad medicine. Respect for boundaries and defenses in the process of healing. You don't have a right to go carry gossip around. You're invading somebody's boundary. And if somebody is forcing it on you, you have the right to say, I'm not interested. You're protecting, you're shutting the door. And some people's personalities thrive on gossip. It's who they are. And that's an addiction. And we know with addiction, it's going to have to be identification first. And then develop your own goals, not someone else's. And the most powerful, beautiful thing is the grief work. And so I'm going to have you, Iknomi, look for the trauma response. See what comes after this. It might be on that. No, it's the other. It's the red one, the red rage. Where's our Kevin? The red one? No, the other one. It's the PowerPoint that has red rage on it. There it is. Okay, this is the model that I developed in 1990. I developed it because I was injured in an organization, that dream one that I told you about where everybody came together. It completely fell apart and everybody turned on me and each other. I was devastated. We were supposed to be a healing group. And so they turned on me and I thought, and this had happened to me before in other organizations. So I thought there's something wrong with me. I'm causing all of this. And then my rage came out. And so I resigned because they were going to fire me anyway. And I went to some of the members of the board and they were not willing to stand up. They said, we know it's here, but we can't control it. So I went and I found my mentor, one of my mentors, his name was Bill Olson, and he had a company. And I went to him and I said, they said that you're an organizational expert. Can you help me sue this group? And I said, they really hurt me. And it was destructive to the kids, my reputation, my family. And then he was sitting there and he was kind of leaning back and he was smiling. I said, what are you doing laughing at me? And he said, I think you are wasting your time if you try to sue them. They're not going to change. Why would you waste your time doing that? He said, why don't you come work with me? And I said, why would I work with you? He said, because with your skills and my skills, we could do some awesome work. And he was a corporate trainer. He knew how to work with systems, organizational analysis. We worked with television companies. We worked with tribes. And I'm going to tell you a story about how you can plant seeds. Him and I went to work with the macaw. And there was a lot of this. there were families with the Makah tribe. They have 5 heads of families. It's really cool how they're organized. 5 heads. They live way up at the northernmost peninsula in the northwest. And so we went up there to do organizational training and healing because they were fighting each other. And so we were doing this training, and I was going through the trauma response. And here, when we got there, a whale had beached itself. Spiritual moment. And they were out there cutting the blubber. And then, as guests, they said, when we feed you, you have to eat it. Ooh, blubber. I did. It was rough. But but out of that, they started talking about their community and healing and working together, teamwork. And then my colleague, he got an anthropological picture of a canoe. And it was the old way of people how they did whaling back in the 1700s. And he said that when they harpooned a whale, the person who decided was the one at the end of the canoe, because he was able to see it, and then he would hit the ankle of everybody lightning fast. It'd go to the harpooner and he'd stab it. And so it was kind of backwards, but it was scientifically designed. So we got to talking. They said, where did you get that? And he said, I found it in research. So that afternoon, they said, a whale beached itself. You people are here. We're making peace. We need to go after a whale. And so the 5 families divided up, and we began planning how they were going to take this treaty right back. So it took probably 6 months of talking about healing, organizational stuff, combining it. And I went back to Spokane, and my colleague, Bill, called me. He said, Faith, get on NPR. Hurry, get on NPR. So I turned NPR, and they said, for the first time after hundreds of years, the Makah have taken their first whale. Oh my God, I just started screaming and crying. That conversation in a room like this, after a whale beached itself, they were able to achieve what they were given the right to do, is to take a whale relative. And of course, the government came in. Unfortunately, Greenpeace intervened, and they haven't done it since then, but they did it in this lifetime. So there's things when you organize that can become very powerful. And so I'd love to go back and see the younger generation of Makah, because that was about 20 years ago. But they were dealing with this until they could bring those 5 families together. So red rage is the overreaction emotionally that Native people have, which has been perpetuated by the impact of generations of trauma that pile violence and oppression of a nation. It's important to note that is way beyond anger. Red rage creates rageful individuals, nations, and communities, and it makes it difficult for tribes to find common ground. The healing of this, I actually believe it might be related to the DSM. It almost could have a category, but I'm not sure I want to go that far. If this rage goes unrecognized or untreated, it can cause unhealthy problems, addictions, and the inability to cooperate. The companion to rage that is walking through the community is fear. So if all of you, like myself, have all of those traumas that I built up over here on the table, and you work in the same organization, you are, every day is a battle with trauma on each other. Because you are the biggest one with borderline personality disorders, and I hear this over and over again. You hurt my feelings. You really hurt my feelings. And they will never, ever forgive you for the rest of their life. It's severe. In fact, I'm going to deal with something when I go home. Apparently, I made a comment where somebody's feelings got hurt. And what I said was, we try to have, if people are sick in an organization, we want them to get healing. And he took it personal, and he said, you're calling me sick. You really hurt my feelings. So that's the thing of fear, is the truth is that we are unwell, and it's not our fault. Somebody else created this. We have to be truthful about that. Next one. This is the trauma response. This is the road to healing. On the left is the shock, the stressor. The first thing that happens when you get that phone call. Somebody passes away in a car accident. Maybe your mom or your dad, something just horrific happens. Or maybe you get stabbed or something. And so the stressor, the world falls apart. Boom. After that, this is where disassociation begins. You're completely immobilized. And you know how relatives, when you go through a funeral, you think, how did I do that? I organized everything. We cooked. We got everything done. We did the giveaway. I mean, how did I do that? You were in that stage right there. Nature makes it that we can freeze ourselves so we can get it done. We do that sometime with our kids. We do that in domestic violence situations. We immobilize, we pass out of our body so we don't have to experience the pain. The next stage is to say, I remember I had a nephew son in Rosebud, and I was there, and they got the call that his relative was coming from Nebraska, and he swallowed a bag of meth, and they took him to jail. They didn't know he had it in his stomach. They took him to jail, and he died. He overdosed. They didn't even know what he had swallowed, everything, a big bag. And so they called, and the immediate response, we all respond differently when the stressor comes. Some of us, and I've seen this in movies, and I never really have understood this one, but somebody, when that happens, they throw up. They'll start throwing up. It's like, oh my God. Others will get angry. They'll hit the wall. They'll hit somebody. They'll, start hitting themselves. My nephew's response was he got angry. He started hollering at his auntie, and he said, you effing quit lying to me. You knock it off. Stop it. And he just attacked her because he did not want it to be true. You have no right to say that about him. And he's a big guy. So the uncles came in, but that denial stage comes in different forms. And you know what? Sometimes we go through that our whole lives. The lady who refused to acknowledge the divorce, she was in denial most of her life. So we have to, some of the things, if we break up with someone, or think about it now with your own trauma pile, what are some things that you refuse to accept? That you just keep saying, I don't care, it doesn't bother me. But obviously it does if it's coming out some way or the other. And the ones that really know are your kids. Your kids can see through you, no matter what you do. The next one, and it doesn't go in a neat path, but these are common reactions. The next one is anxiety and anger, like my nephew did. He started hitting the wall. He was hitting himself. He was hitting everybody. And that anger came out at Creator, whatever. Now, this one is the biggest one, I believe, in Indian country, is that if you do not do this unresolved trauma and address this rage, or anger, it's going to go up to rage. So rage lives above that. And you can live in that state, and it takes a toll on your body. And now we say, I have anxiety. Yeah, and even the kids, I heard a little 7-year-old say, Kushi, I have anxiety. And most, it's not cute, but she was only 7, but she heard her mom saying that I have anxiety. So I said, what does it feel like? So she started explaining it to me, and she explained that her mom said that all the time. But that's where red rage manifests itself. So not imagine, but just be clear, that's where a lot of us live our entire lives. Mean girls grow up to be mean women. That's where mean women live. It doesn't excuse the men. There's mean men that live there. Mean boys grow up to be mean men. And they become womanizers because of whatever happened with their mom or not being taught. The next stage, that's when you begin to walk towards some healing, self-doubt. So somebody talks to you, maybe you take something out of here today, and you think, maybe I ought to look at that. No, I don't know if I could. Something that my kids brought to me, and I'm acting on it, is I lost my best friend partner 2 years ago. He used to be a judge, environmental lawyer, and there's some leftover things that in our our tribal belief, and I don't know if it's similar with yours, but in the time following the loss, you form a period called Aya. It means that you form habits. Those habits could be good or bad. So I have formed some habits that probably are not good from the leaving of my partner. And so the kids suggested that I go on, what is that? BetterHelp, that internet one. Has anybody tried that one? That gives you an opportunity to talk about these things because there was a little bit of my lapse going into back into codependency. So no matter how old you are, you can go back over there. So there is no neat path here. So in self-doubt, after my lifelong partner friend left, I thought, I don't know. I don't know. And so I flipped back over here to some anger. But if you can walk through that self-doubt, that's going to be a big part of life anyway, because the losses are not going to stop. But we know how better to get through them after we practice. And down here, here's where the big black hole is, depression. And that is a tough one to get out by yourself. You need help. And when you're in that big black hole, the earmark of depression is irritation. If you have somebody that snaps back at you and leave me alone, you're always bugging me, go away, then those are earmarks of depression. And they don't feel like getting up in the morning. They may not brush their teeth. It's a chore to get off the couch, to get dressed. And they really need help at that point. That's a dangerous part. The next stage is testing, when maybe there's some hope, some healing, and now they're going to go out and try something. Maybe I tell people that I've worked with is don't trust your old friends, because if they're still in addiction, they're not going to hope that it's going to be all right for you. So you're going to have to test a different arena. And that's where you begin to, I worked with this one individual that got a degree, but she felt like she was an imposter. I think there's something called imposter syndrome. She felt like she wasn't worthy to be recognized as a doctor. So that was her issue. What do you think? Something happened over here. Somebody made fun of her being educated and thinking that she was better than our people. So it instilled fear over here that went over here. So this can bounce back and forth. And then eventually, the road of acceptance, saying that this, horrible things happen to good people. Rape, molestation, domestic violence, loss of a child. And we have to accept that for whatever reason, that was part of our divine plan. But it's not going to be. Another one is forgiveness. I don't have time to go into forgiveness, but there's a whole template to walk through if you forgive. But if you forgive, you can't take it back. I did some work with in Nevada with Wovoka's tribe, and they were what do you call them? It was a workforce of guys and girls who picked up the rocks. So when you go to Menards and you see those rocks there, they come from places like that where the terrain is rocky. And so this work program picked up rocks for marketing. And so these guys and girls, they were a labor force, and they were doing it for training. Some were doing it because they'd been sentenced to. And so I had a group. I went through cycles for about 2 years of them. And this one guy came in, and right away, he was right up there. He walked in. He had his big steel-toed boots on, and he clomped in, and he looked at me, and he said, "So who are you?" And I said who I was. He said, "I suppose you think you're going to teach me something?" I said, "I don't know. We'll see. We'll check it out." He said, "Whatever." And he sat down. He said, "I'm only here because I have to be here." I said, "Okay, that's good enough for me." So anyway, all that time he fought me that morning, and I went through this, and I applied it to him. And what happened was, his father had been a wife beater, an abuser. He grew up with domestic violence, so he was doing the same thing to his wife. And so he started to he was tearful in the afternoon. That little boy started to come out. And then the next morning, I went over to the tribal building to do my contract thing, and here his wife came up. And she said, "What did you do to my husband?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "I don't know, but he was in your class all day yesterday. And last night he came home and on our bedroom wall, he drew this thing." Because I had a handout. And I said, "What? What did he draw?" And she showed me because he took the paper home, and she said, "He drew this on the bedroom wall." And he apologized to me. And he said he was doing this to me because of his dad. And so the next morning I thought, oh, gee, I'm going to see him today. He's probably really going to be fired up at me. So I went back over there, and he was there, and he was real kind of just, I don't know what the word to describe, but he was kind of deflated. He was at that stage, I think, where he was coming, self-doubt, is that he was still angry at me for talking about what happened to him. But he was thinking, my wife knows, I'm realizing, I wonder if I can make it through. And he had to do it as part of his job, and his supervisor was there, so he was afraid. He said, "If I talk about this, will I get fired?" And I said, "Absolutely not. That's why I'm here." So all of this over and over, since 1990, I've shared with kids, communities, just having this slide here to be able to have, nobody tells us this road. And then the most powerful thing is that our ceremonies and our rituals are all in there. The wiping of the tears, the calling of the Spirit, all in that big graph there. And beyond, our ceremonies are calling back the Spirit. So we had these things happen to us before. Just because we have this chart and they use it in clinics doesn't mean that they thought of it. We are our own healers. And so but we can't do that unless we walk through this path over here. That we're over there, we're stumbling, we have some things, our kids have seen us stumble. The thing about what I mentioned before about borderline personality disorders, I think we have that slide, I'm going to show it to you, is that borderline personality disorder can be taught. If you have parents that are severe BPD, the kids will mimic the behavior. So, but the research shows if you're a clinician, I remember in the mental health center when somebody would come in and their diagnosis as a therapist, you look at their diagnosis and it's BPD. Most therapists would say, "Oh no, you take this one. I'm not going to take that one," because they are the hardest to change, except unless they're Native. The research has shown that Native people can change more than any other population from BPD. Why do you think that is? Our culture. We have methodology that other populations don't. We're connected to the Spirit. We recognize Creator. So there are very definite gifts that we have that other populations, the other population that I'm quite amazed at is the Hmong people. They've lost their land, their country, but they operate like a global village. My kids grew up around the Hmong people, and they have all of this knowledge. And they don't have a country. They were driven out, but they stick together in the cities, wherever they are. So like us, but they have hung on to their culture. I went to a Hmong display at a flea market, and I saw this lady, she made little hearts, and I went up there and they were really cool, and I said, "I want to get one of those." I said, "Is that something about your culture?" She said, "No, we just do that because Americans like hearts." Talk about adaptation, huh? No, Americans buy hearts, so we make them. But that's like adapting, right? They survive. Amazing. There's other populations in the world, and Ruben taught me that. He's got a video out there where he said, if you study all the religions of the world, you're going to learn about yourself. We'll have to look for that video. It's somewhere on the internet. But this, again, it's beyond acceptance. There's other things that we can go once we learn that road, but there are so many exciting challenges that if you learn about them yourself, then you can start applying it around you. And one of them is making fun of women. When it's because the bro club, where men, and you men in here, you know how you talk, men gossip a lot. It's not just women. Yeah. It's truth. Sorry. But my daughter went to Haskell, and all her life she's grown up around misogyny and body dysmorphia, making fun of women's bodies and talking about their butts and the sexual whatever inappropriateness. So she called me one time when she was down at Haskell, and she said, "Oh, I have a good one for you." I said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Did you beat anybody up?" And she said, "No," because she used to be a scrapper. She got better. But I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "Yeah," but she said, "I have to tell you this one." So she said, "One of my favorite things to know that you know is washing clothes, because my world gets organized. I feel good. I put all my clothes in a neat pile. I get it in my laundry basket." I was in the commons area at Row Cloud at Haskell. I was feeling real good, and I came down the hallway, and I went out to the commons area, and she stopped, and she said, "I saw that classical group of boys, men, standing in that corner." And they looked at her, gave that look of checking out her body. And she thought, "Oh no, should I turn around? I know they're going to say something." And you men think about that, because our little girls have to endure that, right? And so she thought, should I turn around, or should I I'll walk across there. It took her a while. She started walking across that common area, and that one of the boys said, "Ooh, look at that booty." And she stopped, and she thought, "Do I go off on him? There's a whole bunch of them over there, or what?" And she said she walked up the stairs, she went to her room, she took her laundry basket, and she slammed it on her bed, and the F word came out. And she said, "I do not need to back off." So she came out of her room, and it must have been the way she was walking that that group of boys scattered. She came down the stairs, and she was clomping towards them, and all of those boys said, "He did it, he did it." And they pointed to one of the boys, and that boy said, and she knew it was him, and she said, "You?" And he said, I did it." And she said, "Furthermore, don't you effing lie to me. How dare you lie to me? This is my body. You leave it alone. You don't look at it. You don't say." And she just reamed him out. And all the other boys left, and he was standing there. And so I said, "Well, what happened?" And she said, now, weeks later, when I see him on campus, he says, "Hi, Brooke. Hi, Brooke. How are you doing?" But she broke through. She stood up for herself. So the challenge to the young men is, when that happens to your sisters, whether you're biologically related to them, that's the beginning of disrespect of women's bodies. It's sexualized. It's the bro club at the drum, wherever, making fun of them. And we know that there's manizing, but womanizing is injurious. I just learned that there's a word for people who get women pregnant from different women and don't take care of them and go on. There's an actual mental health word for it. It's called reproductive abuser. Write that down. We have some of those in our community. They don't take care of the babies. They go on and charm. They're probably borderline, but they actually have a word for it. And while we're on domestic violence, I'm going to share with you another term. But before I do that, I need feedback on this. How are we doing for time? I've got 20 minutes left. Okay, microphone. I need some feedback, 4 of them. Quickly. I turn into a pumpkin at 2 o'clock. Comment. Are you disassociated or what?
First of all, I'm just cold. I'm trying to stay warm.
Okay.
Hid my arms. But everything that you're talking about is real relevant. You know, a lot of people don't want to speak up because they're there. You know, and am I ready to talk? Am I going to cry? I don't want to cry. I just want to learn. You know, and so being a counselor, I was telling Cheryl, because Cheryl and I are drug and alcohol counselors. I said, some days I go to work and I don't get up and walk around. Cheryl does her steps. I just stay in my office. But when I get home, I'm exhausted physically. Like I went on a run or something. My mind, my body, everything is tired. And it's because we work with clients that are going through this. That's what I wanted to share.
That's called secondary trauma, that you're absorbing it. So take care of yourself, and you almost have to be tactical about it, what you do, so you don't get depressed. Okay.
Got one more back here.
Okay.
Earlier you was talking about you stacking those plates and those cups on the trauma, and
See you. Where are you?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay.
I was thinking back upon my childhood and what my base trauma is, and mine was abandonment. I always wanted my father around. He never was around. I even as a kid took my time out to go see him on the reservation here, and he was in town 3 of those times. He never came to see me. Went to my choga's house, my grandpa's house. So I was probably about 5 or 6 when that happened, and after that, I realized that he didn't want to be around me. So as a way to protect myself, my mom was around, but she worked half the time. So I never had the emotional support people have. So to protect myself growing up, I always isolated myself every time. Anytime I get mad, sad, I'd go off by myself, go into the woods, go walk around town. And now that I'm a father, there's one thing I've always wanted to give my daughters was emotional support in a safe space, because I didn't have that growing up. I've always wanted my father, but he wasn't there. I've had my older siblings' dad. He was there. That's the one who I call dad. I believe dad is a privileged term earned by fathers who are there. And so since I am a father now, I realize that how close you are with your kids is depending on your effort and your energy. And my father never gave that to me. It's a negative, but the positive outcome of it is I can't do that for my daughters. I will be there for them till the end of time. Jego Kita.
Thank you. Thank you. What you're doing is you're breaking the cycle. It's going to end there. And the other part of forgiveness is it took me a long time to forgive my mom, but I realized that she was incapable. She could not do it. She was at Rapid City boarding school. She was really smart. I thank her for her brains. I think I got brains from her, but physically, she was just terrorized. Molestation, rape. She was not capable. And so, in a way, and she knew that, and I knew that. And so, the last 4 years, and if your parent, like you talked about, if they pass on, you can still do the forgiveness work. Actually, they're better able to do it in the spirit world, because when you heal over here, they're going to heal over there. It's going to be both ways. Somebody had their hand up here.
Yeah. This is more of a comment, but okay, so all of us in this room were relating to everything you're saying. Now what? Now what do we do? What do we do to put all of these things that we've learned into action to help our people? do we just leave here and then, oh yeah, that was really good? What plan are we going to come up with to really, really help our people?
I have some suggestions. I think you have budgets and you should all get together and get some books that, and I can share that with you. Some of it you can do by reading. Some of you, if you have complex trauma, you're going to need to be able to read some of it and you need to see it in black and white. So I would say you build in some of you treatment people, but the codependency books are major. To build a list where you can, but you gotta make a wochunsa. I don't know how you say commitment in your language. Does anybody know? How do you say commitment? Well, find out later, but find out, please, because you've been talking about the language quite a bit. Because when you say it in your language and you make that commitment, even if it's reading, try to read at least 2 books in however time period on codependency, because codependency is a result of this stack of trauma. It came out of here. So if you can understand what it means, and it's on audio. I listened to one the other day because I needed, like I said, with my partner dying, I kind of relapsed there on my anger. I got sharp. One of the team members on our team always notices that. He calls it social grace. Oh, social grace. And I say, shut up. But, I'm still hurting a little bit. So that audio really helped me. It put it in perspective. That would be one. The other thing is I don't know if it's possible with your direction, but I believe that you should make a commitment while you're in this room, and that we do a follow-up and see what you did. Because then you're holding each other accountable. So what I want you to do on a piece of paper, I want you to write your commitment on what you're going to do. Like you said, we've learned a lot, but it's hard to talk about because we cry. So I want you to write a commitment to yourself with everything that I've shared and more that you already knew on a piece of paper. And I want you to write it down and answer her question. What are you going to do from here? It doesn't have to be complicated, because all of this healing is baby steps, one by one. So do that now. Take about 5 minutes and write it down. You could do it in your phone. You did?
Like, so I did have one coming over here, you know what I mean? And then plus I'm kind of doing the youth shelter, working at the youth shelter. So I'm also kind of caretaking, and then it all kind of hit me at one kind of swoop, you know what I mean? Like I have to kind of help with the little relatives and help with the mom, you know? So here I am working at the youth shelter too, you know? And I was laughing about that the other day, was that I actually kind of chuckled at it. I was like, geez, I'm really worried about these kids and trying to do my best. And then I know I'm kind of getting edgy with everybody, and you guys are kind of getting tired of me. So then here I am, you know, and they kind of got after me. My mom kind of pulled me aside and kind of got after me. And then here I get a job and have to work at the youth shelter. So then, you know what I mean? Kind of double whammy for me though. So then that was kind of one of the things that I was thinking about too, was that this trauma and all these things that we had to kind of go through, you know what I mean? So for me, that was one of the things that I came over here with, was surprisingly that's what the topic was. And then, yeah, and it's real. And then, so then that same kind of aspect of it is like, you know, if you don't heal those traumas, they'll overflow. There's a time when you're going to see something where it's going to be, you lived your life, experienced that. And you also have those reactions, those physiological reactions that happen, and your body keeps a memory of that. It keeps a memory of that. So then also in that same aspect, kind of watch what you put yourself through too, you know, a little bit, be tentative. So then that's what I was experiencing, you know, and I was trying to kind of keep the house clean, keep all these things in line, you know, but then here I was and something happened. I just lost my temper, you know, and it was like that. But I was carrying all that. I was thinking all that, you know. So then that's what I kind of remembered. I was thinking about that because you're just mentioning that. But also it takes a step, you know what I mean? It takes that one step. Like for me, like I was so quick to be angry and be that, but then like I'm still like, even as I sit here today, I'm just thinking, well, it's my little relative, and maybe I should try to not to be as mean to him, or because what you're talking about too is it's true, it's true, because I watched him just in the past couple months from them being with us, that he's starting to talk like us, and we kind of have to get after him so he'll respond with the words that we say, so that I'm kind of like, I'm catching myself at that, so then even this morning too, as we had to get him up and get him ready, but then I had to kind of like reassert myself and say, oh, you guys get dressed. So I went in there and got him dressed and got him out of there. But then come morning time is like, get dressed, hurry up, so I had to reassess that. So then like even this morning, like I said, I had to change that. Yeah, and then so like and then what she's saying too about what we're gonna do is, and then all it is just you gotta go talk to somebody about it. I mean, if you have a little bit of curiosity, it ain't like you're saying that you're something wrong, but you need to find out. You need to find out. You have to be, and then so that's where that you put that down on that piece of paper. Then maybe use a thesaurus and look at different words, because if you do that, then you'll find out other forms of communication in there. So then even then you'll find the one that pertains to you. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh, uh-huh, and then because there's different contexts of how you say language, even words themselves, you can write them and then how you say them. But then if you use that, then you write it down, and you're even like you're kinda addressing it, you're putting it on a piece of paper, you're looking at it, yeah, you focus it, and then you're gonna carry that too, you're gonna carry that, so then when you maybe mind to go talk to a counselor, and then not really like you're trying to say there's something wrong, but then also, there's things that make you do stuff in your life, and they're also like dangers, but they're also like like gold. They're like a treasure that keeps you motivated. Things that are gonna, you know what I mean. So it's kind of how you perceive it and how you come across it. And for what you came from, to that, there's like you're kind of like a vessel, in the bay, and yeah, and then you got to kind of navigate that. So then, like kind of like what you're doing, you're kind of like the lighthouse, showing those things, So then, like we're kind of in that. Yeah, yeah, and it's kinda it's something that you kinda comes with age too, you know what I mean? When you get older, then you kinda have to take things a little more seriously, you know what I mean? Your life, and, for yourself too, because you're gonna start to reflect on yourself and make yourself feel like that. So it's weird that you're talking about that, but then also, like, I got these things going on, because I'm old. I'm getting older, but yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I didn't write none down yet. So, but I guess the thing that's really sticking out to me right now is this, in the trauma response, is the depression phase, because I feel like we come across a lot of people in that phase, and we're helpers. We're in human services. It doesn't matter what department you're in when you work for the tribe. Like you could be in maintenance. Like you're still part of trying to realize a better future for our people, for the future, for the children, because we know what world we're living in right now, and we know all the things that we've overcome, and that are, you said your mother in the Rapid City boarding school, and we know our history, we know our roots, we know, before you showed us the slide, we know all those levels there. But I've seen, even not just in the workplace, but also just outside of the workplace, the impact of depression. And so even on for my own self, like trying to figure out ways to overcome depression, and so you gotta try to find what works for you, and when you find it, then you're very grateful for it. One of the most amazing things that I've ever heard from a presenter was from the Fatherhood is Sacred guy. I can't think of his name now. It's LaDonna's hero too, wasn't it? Al Pulley. Yeah, he said that that the most important thing that we need to do each and every day when we wake up is to be grateful. And he said, if you can learn how to be grateful, then you can do anything. And then when you say this, that a lot of this stuff, our ceremonies are there for that, you know. And then you think about all of our ceremonies, they all have a mechanism of gratitude, of sharing a gift with somebody, of being generous. So you do see how everything that our ancestors knew kept them healthy and strong. And then when we're here in this colonized world that we're 99% in, right? So we're trying to figure out a way to overcome that. And the biggest one that sticks out to me is the depression. And I know that we have talks amongst ourselves in our human services program about how can we do something about that, you know, because it's not just behavioral health and the 5 or 6 people in their offices that are going to meet with clients throughout the week to, you know, like you said, it's not going to happen in 5 or 6 appointments, you know. It's a tremendous task to try to get people to feel better and to get on that hemisphere of being grateful. And every day, no matter what, you know, you could be like, you see a lot of images of what's happening over in Gaza, and and in some of the people on there, you see that they're strong people. And then when I see that, I think about, geez, that happened to us. You know, we just don't have the pictures of it. And we've overcome a lot, and we're still here. But we got to be, in a way, we got to, and that's that curiosity from 0 to 2, like those younger children that are gifts to us. They bring us that. They remind us of the world and the curiosity and all the really good things about being alive. And you know, so there's something that we want to try to work on, and it has to do with depression, and so it has to do with environment. Like it has to do with the basics. Like last year, we bought a bunch of cleaning supplies, and we had a workshop, and we, you know, gave everybody a bunch of cleaning supplies. We're not trying to say that you guys are dirty, you know, like, but what we're trying to say is that we want our children to grow up in an environment where we're taking care of things. Where, you know, when you have the people in depression, like you said, the vandalism starts coming out, the thefts start coming out. You know, people are you know, they're not courting in the middle of the camp where everyone can see. They're walking around the outside and sneaking around, and the negative behavior. So I just, in summary, wanted to say those few things about everything I learned today. I've been through this 10 years ago, and I learned a lot. And so I've been asking you to come here, and we finally got you here, and I learned a lot more again today. So thank you.
Gifts that have come out of this circle. It's not a circle, but this square. It's our circle, though. And the biggest one, I think, is thankfulness. To be thankful that you have life. I'm a cancer survivor, 30 years, and I know my divine plan has put some things in my life that help me be grateful. In 1994, I got breast cancer, but the gift is I don't have to wear a bra. I have a flat chest and I'm okay. But but there are gifts of life. Every single day is a red day. And then when you give, you get gifts back in return. But I had my birthday, my 77th birthday was on September 7th. I turned 77, and I was born at 7 o'clock. And then there was an eclipse. I scheduled that on my birthday. But it was an amazing day because I thought, well, this is miraculous, and I'm thankful. So then the next day, I find out my kids convinced me I was in denial about my house. And they said it smells some kind of way. And I was thinking, oh, you kids are just insulting my house. But it's unlivable for mold. And so I thought, how in the world am I going to fix my house? That's going to be so it was the basement gone up to the top floor. So I prayed about it and I thought, oh, geez, how am I going to get out of this one? But I had prayed to get my house cleaned because I don't want to leave my hoarder stuff with my kids to clean up. I really want to take care of things and then have that feel so good. So guess what? My prayer was granted. Um, my whole house is going to be cleaned out, and we're in the process of doing it. I got a bunch of the grand boys come over yesterday and move stuff out of the garage. And guess what? It was going to cost $25,000, and somebody that knows me and has worked with me on the foundation level agreed to pay the cost of my mold repair. $25,000. What a gift. Thank you. Thank you. And so I'm relishing it as being able to get rid of all this stuff, and everything is going to be cleaned. And who would have thought after my 77th birthday I would be dealing with something like that? But it's going to be okay. It's going to be good. So we just never know. We got to keep. The other miracle that is happening right now is the monarchs. Have you noticed they're going through? And they're thirsty. So they said leave water out for them. And then they are going to Mexico. I left sunflowers in the Braveheart Lodge yard, and they're feeding on the sunflowers. But they're traveling by the thousands. Can you imagine with those little tiny wings? And they said when it rains, they go under something because it could break their wings. But that miracle of nature is happening. And if they can do that, we can do this, right? There's amazing miracles that are happening all around us. And we're modeled after human. Momakashka in my language means I am wholly moving, which is the name for animals. So my dad used to say, when you look in the eyes of a dog, you're looking at Creator. Any animal, when you look in their eyes, you're looking in the eyes of Creator. So, but what we have to use that natural power is you hit it right on the head. We have so much anxiety and depression in our lands. And the other thing to keep in mind, especially the youth counselors, how many of you work with youth? Raise your hand. Okay, this is for you. Over here, oh, what happened to my thing? No, anyway, on the part where it's testing, right between testing and acceptance is a danger point for youth. Because you've heard it over and over again that I just saw them and they committed suicide. They were happy. Because they had a plan. So if there's something, and you can tell on Facebook, you can tell afterwards how they're feeling. But keep an eye on that, on how their temperature is going, because if they begin testing, monitor them. You're happy, but just don't let them go. Keep an eye on them. Because sometime they've come to a resolution and they're going to take care of it. So I want to put that out there just as it's a skill to learn, because if you work with these youth, you can figure them out if they let you in. This young man that I'm working with, and he's my current mentoree, and the way to healing is the earth. So he's doing the environmental stuff. He's doing the grounds. And before I left, he said, he is so amazing. He sent me a text. And he said, I'm not going to be able to work tomorrow. And I said, well, I'm not going to be here anyway. And he said, okay, but he said, I'm coming back and I'll go to war for you. I thought, oh, precious. You know, I believe in him now. So he said, I'll go to war for you. I said, okay, not right now, but that's that belief. He knows that I believe in him. So we have to follow through. There's some other stuff that I want to share, but there's not enough time, so I'm not going to leave you hanging. But Iktomi made handouts here. You want to pass those out? In fairness to you, I talked about borderline personality disorder, which I think is taking hold in our land. Hang on to this, but let me review it before I close. Is that borderline personality disorder comes about through being a victim of emotional, physical, and or sexual abuse. 2, being exposed to long-term fear or distrust as a child. Number 3, being neglected by or both parents. Number 4, growing up with a family member who had a serious mental health problem. 5, early separation from caregivers. 6, witnessing of abuse within the family. So now I don't want you to panic and self-diagnose that you're all BPD. We have this experience, but we gain strength from it. We have a choice. But I'm giving it to you because if you recognize it in your family system, don't promote it by being codependent. We have to learn responsibility. And there has to be healing, like this beautiful young man that talked about his father. He's come to resolution about it. He had a stepfather. He's going to be a better father. And so what he's doing, he's overcoming this pattern. He's not going to let it affect him. So look at that. And when you look at it, you're probably going to see a lot of the people that you're working with. And don't diagnose them. Just think this, just take it as a potential effect on their functioning. So don't use it. Don't weaponize it. Do it for your own understanding, because we all of us probably have something on every bit of this circle. All of us. So it can be a guide to not repeat it. And if you spot it, you know about, as a team, if you have to make a referral, you should probably team it and figure out what they need, because if you're just warehousing a client and just passing them on, they're going to reap benefits from your organization. They're going to know how to get what they want, especially if they have all of these characteristics. So you're not helping them if you're enabling them. So you have to team on it. And nobody's an expert, but at least we know that the culture is going to guide us. Prayer, above all, will provide those answers. That makes sense? Does this give you some sense of what BPD looks like? All of these factors? So it's not just them having it, it's us that we've been exposed to this. And we can overcome it. We definitely can. I want to leave you with a gift. I come from the Deloria family and other families, but we had Woju, Planter Society. Grandpa Deloria revived it, although we already were farmers. And this is corn that comes from 300-year-old seed. So I'm going to gift it to you. And my grandma said that we traded with the Mandans, and they gave us that. And we used to use this in the namings where they'd cross 2 corn in the Hunka ceremony. And so this has so many stories. This relative, just think, was here along the river in 1200, 1300. Just think the stories that are with this corn. But I want to give it to you, and maybe you can plant it. And I know you guys are corn people, so I brought you some grandma corns. Yes, so take good care of it. And I have, it took me 76 years to hear the corn. Last summer, my son called me and I was out in the garden. He said, Ina, you better get in, or there's a lightning hail coming from Rosebud and it's, going to hit the garden. And I said, well, I don't know what to do. And he said, well, I'm just telling you. So then I talked to my corn babies and I said, corn babies, there's a storm coming. You have to get ready. I can't help you, but it's coming. And you're going to be all right. And I was out there in the field by myself talking to them. And here I heard something go, shh. And I'm allergic to bees. So I thought it was a bee. And so I try not to do adrenaline. I have an EpiPen, but I try to not pay attention. And then they leave me alone. But I turned around and there was no bee. And so I was pulling weeds and it went, shh. And so I turned around and I caught it. That corn was going like this. And I said, is that you? And it went like that. It went, shh. And I thought, oh my God, you're talking to me. and it did it again. So these, they have stories. And so I told Twee Mary Louise, and she said, you're going to have to do a corn song now. You're going to have to create a corn song. So I'm working on it. Still hasn't come yet, but that's, so you have some grandma corn to visit you. But I'll close with that. You've been wonderful hosts. And hopefully we'll see you again. And did you all write that down? I haven't forgotten. Did you write down your commitment? Raise your hand if you did. Or maybe I should say raise your hand if you didn't. He will? Okay, you're working on it. Okay, and if I return, I'm going to check on it. When I return, I'm going to check on it, see if you followed through. That's accountability, okay? Pidamaya. Thank you. And please thank Iktomi. Thank my niece, Iktomi. She just keeps me on track, so give her a hand. Thank you.